four-way battle. What's going to be happening over here? Everyone is jump dropping.
Okay. Sebab kalau macam tu aku tak boleh join tau, Alex.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Championship 2025. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here at Sunway University. I would also like to say thank you to all our viewers watching live comfortably at home. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we've got 20 semi-finalists, 7 tracks, 5 tracks, 7 races. Oh my God, I'm so excited this morning. We also got 5 cars where beauty meets brawn, where at the end there will only be one overall champion. And in our championship, we've got a total prize pool worth up to 123,000 ringgit. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, who will walk away with the prizes and the titles and qualify for our regional finals in November. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Faisal and I am proud to be given this opportunity to host our semi-finals and grand finals for the next 2 days. All right, now before we continue, can we give a big shout out to Toyota, ladies and gentlemen? A round sound of applause. Can we give a big shout out to Toyota? Thank you so much for not only supporting our gaming industry, but our eSIM racing community from the grassroots. And also, let's not forget our sponsors, for without them, we won't be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Toyo Tires, Modelista, Denso, Pentas Flora, Tech Lab, Motis, NK, Kinto, TCAP, and last but not least, let's not forget Sunway University. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Championship 2025. Now this year, we did it a little bit differently, okay? So we wanted to be a little bit more inclusive. We wanted to be more inclusive to the races and include more platforms. And that's why this year we went multi-platform. So let's have a look at what happened during round 1, 2, and 3. Now, on the 10th of May in round 1, we used Race Route. In round 2 on the 14th of June, we used Assetto Corsa. In round 3 on the 16th of August, we used iRacing. And for today and tomorrow, which is round 4, we're going back to our roots with Gran Turismo 7. Also known from here on out will be GT. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know the journey. You know what's at stake. Let's find out who the drivers are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for Group B, our semi-finalists, we are going to call all of them out. So for all of you here today, you will be able to see live who our racers are. For Group B, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Adam Harith. At only 22 years of age, hailing from Selangor, you will be at sim number 10. Next up, Chong Jin Bin. Only 19 years of age. Thank you, Mr. Chong Jin Bin, all the way from Negeri Sembilan. Next up, for Group B, we've got Mior Hafiz. What's up, Mior? One of our more experienced drivers. All right. Arsenal fan, I see. Okay. All right, next up, we've got Ngo Yong Jian. Welcome. Another brand new driver, only at the age of 19. All right, our fifth driver in Group B, Chong Kai Chang. What's up, Chong Kai Chang? Welcome. Selamat datang. All right, our sixth driver of the day for Group B, Azif Shahmi Mohta. Welcome. 26 years of age, prime time, ladies and gentlemen. I must say, prime time. Thank you so much, Azif. All right, next up, Putra Azwira bin Sahazam. Welcome, brother. I would say 23 is still young, but age definitely is not the matter here. Thank you, Putra. Thank you. All right, next up, we've got Raja Amirul. Welcome, Raja Amirul. Welcome. Slightly younger, but as I said earlier, age does not matter here today. Thank you so much, Raja. Next up, we've got Iqbal Suji. That's right, Iqbal Suji, ladies and gentlemen, here in Group B, one of the biggest competitors here, one of the most experienced. Thank you so much, Iqbal, for joining us here today. Last but not least, our final semi-finalist for Group B, Nakib Azlan. What's up, Nakib? All right, a very new competitor here today for GT. We'll go more in-depth into our drivers here today. Thank you so much, Nakib. And that was Group B, ladies and gentlemen. And next up, our first race, all our racers here and our semi-finalists here today from Group A, Lo Wui Kid. Welcome, Lo Wui Kid. All right, all the way from Penang, head on over to Sim 10. Next up, our second semi-finalist for Group A, Akil Saufi. What's up, Akil? Very young, ladies and gentlemen, 22 years of age. You will be at Sim 5. All right, next up, we've got Rio Pandukusuma. Welcome, Rio. I love that name, Rio. Very short, very sweet. At the age of 35, bringing in experience, you will be at Sim number 9. All right, next up, semi-finalist number 4 for Group A, Chandra Mauli Anandan. Welcome, Chandra Mauli. Welcome. 25 years of age, looking strong. You will be at Sim number 6. All right, next up, one of our returning champions. Ladies and gentlemen, give your loudest round of applause for Taj Izrin Aiman. Achieved so much at only 26 years of age. Taj Aiman, you'll be at Sim number 8. Next up will be our 6th semi-finalist, Jeremy Yao. What's up, Jeremy Yao? At age 22, Jeremy looking hot today. Jeremy, you'll be at Sim number 7. All right, next up, Kamal Ali. What's up, Kamal Ali? Age just 29. At the peak of his powers, you will be at Sim number 4. Thank you so much. All right, next up, for Group A semi-finalist number 8, Wayne Go. Welcome, Wayne Go. An experienced driver here at the age of 32, hailing from Selangor. Wayne Go, you will be at Sim number 1. All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there. Before we head on to our race, Danish Wignaswaran. Welcome. Selamat datang at the age of 24 in his prime time. You'll be at Sim number 9. All right, last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, Nabil Aslan. Nabil, what's up? Nabil, age 23 with the baby face. You'll be at sim number 2. Thank you, Nabil. Thank you, thank you. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are our 20 semi-finalists. They'll be battling it out today. But we'll head on over to Group A as they are already ready at their simulators. For more information, ladies and gentlemen, we've got something for you. Our amazing commentators, Matthew and Victor. Take it away to our
Today has been a really wonderful day and we are back again. Well, Victor, I think we have already seen from round 1 all the way till here for the semi-finals. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia eRacing Esports GT Championship 2025. My name is Matthew Isaac and right next to me it is going to be Victor Cass as we bring you all the action, all the rumbles that happen on the virtual track. Now, Victor, we are here in the semi-finals and I'm really looking forward to these races. We got new faces as well coming in, especially in this new format. It's been very, very challenging, but despite the challenge, they have made it till the semi-finals and they're just one step away from the grand finale. How does that feel, man?
It's been a long time coming, isn't it? 2025 has been a very interesting season this year. It's been a brand new platforms have been introduced for this season alone, but then now we're come back to our very roots itself. Gran Turismo 7 is the round we're going to be running on this weekend itself, and our top 20 drivers definitely cannot wait to get the action started.
Absolutely. So top 20 drivers, they will be going head-to-head this time. And of course, we got the 4-time champion, Taj Izrin Aiman is here as well. And let's not forget the previous champions such as Iqbal Suji, Muhammad Uzair. I mean, those are the past. But right now, we're going to be focusing on the present, on what's going to be happening in this moment today, Victor.
Indeed, we will. So it's going to be a lot of racing involved here. Again, these are only the top 20 drivers, and they're going to be selecting the top 10 that's going to be competing in the grand finals tomorrow. And this is exactly what they're fighting for. A total prize pool of 123,000 ringgit, split up across 3 different championships here. 2 of the championships are going to be the ones competed on here by our Group A and Group B drivers as we are coming into our esports GT round for this one here.
Yeah, this is going to be the total prize pool, but then we're going to be having a look on the GT Championship. And there you go, the winner will be bringing home 1,005. And the first runner will be bringing home 1,002 there, Victor. And second runner-up will be bringing home 1,000 ringgit. And the rest follows on the screen, as you see, until the 10th position. So even if you come at the 10 there, Victor, you're still going back with something.
Yeah, with something.
Yeah.
But I think what's also very important for these drivers here is going to be a chance to represent Malaysia in the TGR Asia Esports GT Championship. That's the regional competition for GT here in Asia, brought to you here by TGR themselves. So that's going to be something that's up for grabs here. But of course, the bigger prize is inside of the Pro Championship itself. So there's plenty of opportunities here, but certainly when it comes to Gran Turismo, this is what all the aspirants are looking forward to. You know, not just winning the prize money, but also a chance to show the world what we've got here in Malaysia.
Absolutely. So all of our drivers will be competing really hard for today because they got a prize to catch over here. They got a ticket book right here there, Victor, and that is to represent Malaysia at the highest level. And I can really tell you they are all prepared, all geared up. And it was not an easy season for them, despite we changed a lot of things this time. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things changed, but we're still on the table. So that is still a pleasure for me, commentating right next to my man over here, man.
Yeah, it's always an honor to be able to come back here to rejoin the Gran Turismo community every year to see all these top drivers from all across Malaysia come to compete. So here are your semi-finalists from Group A and Group B. We saw them walk in just now, but let's just expand a little bit about their little background because this year itself, we've got a huge injection of new blood into the competition. 40% of the groups here in the semi-finalists, they are completely new to this competition here. In particular, for Group A, we have Jeremy Yao, Ngo Yong Jen, and Chong Jin Bin, some of the younger drivers who are hopefuls, and this is the first time they're in the finals. But also for drivers in Group B like Nakib Aslan, Rajamil Shaukat, Azib Shami Mokhtar, and even Adam Harib. Like Nakib has been a top-level competitor in multiple platforms, but this is actually his first time competing in a top-level Gran Turismo event here in Malaysia, and that's super exciting exciting, especially knowing that we have two former champions here in the form of Taj Izrin Aiman as well as Iqbal Suji, who are rejoining us this year in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Group A and Group B looking really stacked up, but there you go. We're going to be having a more closer look on Group A. We see Danish Vigneshwaran, see Nabil as well, Wayne Go, Akmal, Jeremy, Taj Izrin Aiman, Chandra Mauli, Rio, and also Adam Soufi together with Lowe Kid, better known as Sony Kazu. These are the semi-finalists there, Victor. And in this group, we got the 4 times champion, Taj Izrin Aiman, and also some new faces there, I would say, that is going to be giving a mix and match of the best and the worst, I would say, man.
Some of these guys have been competing you know, even back all the way in 2020, you know, came to Gran Turismo here in Malaysia, like Wayne Go, Danish Vigneshwaran, and of course Taj Aiman, even Loy Wei Kit as well. It certainly remembers like the early days of this kind of competition, and to see him still competing here in 2025 is amazing to see.
Yeah, amazing drivers, and all of this will be settled later on once the race starts. But we're going to go for the qualifyings and then we go for the race, right? There's not going to be straight race, all right? So anyways, I mean, we already have lots of things as on the screen we saw there, Victor. You know, the drivers are all geared up. But then everyone right now is really surprised about what kind of track we're going to be using, what's the format and stuff. So for that, we're going to be taking you guys straight into the race format. And this is the semi-final race 1. So it's going to be a 5-minute qualifying and, of course, with a 15-minute race there, Victor. So this is going to be really huge for the start. But up next, where we're going to be having a look on the point system as well. I mean, it's pretty much the same that we have seen before there, Victor.
Yeah, very familiar format for especially all of you guys who have followed us for several years to be running this competition. This is going to be very familiar ground for all of you, no doubt. Now, fuel and tire wear consumption has been balloted. We will be explaining that later on as we get into the Group A race. But the point system, and as well as the points for fastest lap and pole position, there will also be a minimum 1 pit stop anytime during the race. So the drivers will have a choice, either the medium or the sport hard compound they have to use mandatorily for this race.
Yes, so we're going to be having a look on race 2. So this is where things will be a little bit much more challenging. 25 minutes of race, going to be on a reverse grid order from race 1 results. So the point system pretty much the same as what you saw. You're going to be having a 1 point for the fastest lap and pole position for 1 point as well. And yeah, as what you said there, Victor, minimum 1 pit stop at any time during the race.
Yeah, so strategy is going to be playing a big part in these races, as it always does every single year. And particularly, you know, with the 2 race format here, you know, the first race is pretty much a test to see how fast you are on a single lap. Race number 2 is more of a test to see how well you are at overtaking other drivers on the track, because the faster drivers will be starting further back in the grid, the slower drivers in front. So there's certainly going to be a lot of opportunities for even the drivers at the back of the grid to try to fight for points.
Absolutely. So we are back into another legendary track, I would say, in Spielberg, Austria. It's going to be the Red Bull Ring there, Victor. I mean, lots of Formula One histories we can actually recall from this amazing track. But it is going to be a challenge for this for these races, because this track, for me, you know, it rewards the bravest, but it absolutely punishes those who are really greedy on the corners, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of sand traps, especially around the middle sector, and you're going to be seeing a lot of side-by-side action, especially with these cars that we're going to be using in this race. It's a relatively short track, even in F1 as well, but for our purposes here, you know, it's a very, very fast track, especially for the car combination that's going to be used here. So drivers are going to be very cognizant about how they want to take around this track, and given the multiple opportunities for passing the tree back-to-back straights, there's certainly a lot of opportunities here for these drivers to climb up the ranks.
Well, there you go. We already talked about the track, and those who wanted to know what kind of car we're going to be using, this is the race machine of the day. It's going to be the GR86 RZ21. Well, Victor, break it through on what this machine could do.
Yeah, this is the premier sports car here from Toyota. It is a very light and very nimble machine. Certainly will be a handy little weapon to be used in the hands of our expert top 20 drivers here. A front engine rear wheel drive means it's going to be super slidey and super fun to drive, but then in the hands of our drivers here, they're going to be more focused about extracting every last bit of performance. 231 brake horsepower may not sound like much, especially compared to supercars, but for these guys, it's certainly going to be more than enough to get them up and off the grid.
Yep, so that is the look on the race machine of the day. So I believe we have already seen the race format, the track, and also our amazing Group A races that will be going head-to-head in a really short time, I would say. Well, Victor, gearing up how all things have been going, but throughout the years, you know, we are here in the semi-finals right now, and we're just one step closer towards the grand finale. And what are your expectations on this?
Every single year is like I just want to enjoy great action. I mean, we're talking about the top 20 drivers selected all across Malaysia. They had to qualify into this round specifically. For some of these drivers, it's been certainly a challenge when it comes to this season because of the multiple platforms. But this time around, this is a huge boon, especially for the veterans, the returning competitors, the returning finalists for this competition, because we're back inside a Gran Turismo. This is going to be familiar ground. This is going to be home ground advantage here, pretty much for those guys like Taj Izrin Aiman, our 4-time champion.
Yeah.
This is going to be the perfect kind of like situation for him to really shine in this round.
Absolutely. So I think we're all gearing up for the race to start. But then before we go into the race, we're going to be having a small detail, I would say, on how Red Bull Ring works. So for that, we have a special video for that. Here we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Harkesh Jiva,
Yep.
Jakarta turned Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie, and I'll be taking you on a track walk around the Red Bull Ring. The circuit sits in Spielberg, Austria, surrounded by the Styrian Mountains, and is one of Europe's premier racing venues. At just 4.3 kilometers with 10 corners, it may seem simple, but it demands absolute precision. The lap begins on the main straight, climbing into turn 1, a Niki Lauda curve, a sharp uphill right-hander named after Austria's F1 legend. It's a heavy braking zone where traction on the exit is crucial, as it launches you onto the long uphill straight. Next comes turn 2 and turn 3, Remus curve, a steep uphill left-hand kink followed by one of the hardest braking zones into a tight right-hander. Being one of the prime overtaking spots, it is extremely easy to make mistakes that can cost massive time. Getting the power down cleanly is the key. From there, the track drops downhill to turn 4, Schloss Gold, another tight right-hander where drivers fight wheel-to-wheel into the braking zone. Exiting strongly is important because it leads into the flowing middle sector. Turns 5 and 6 are fast left-right sweepers. They may look easy, but keeping momentum through them is critical for lap time. The car has to stay balanced here. One mistake and you're offline for the whole sector. Then we head into turns 7 and 8, quick kinks that set up for the final challenge, turns 9 and 10, Wind and Red Bull Mobile. These are ultra-fast right-hand corners where commitment is everything. Push too little and you lose time. Push too much and you're in the gravel. Nail them and you'll carry maximum speed back onto the main straight. The Red Bull Ring may be short, but with its mix of long straight, heavy braking zones and high-speed curves, it delivers non-stop action, the perfect challenge for our semi-finalists.
Going to be a four-way battle. What's going to be happening over here? Everyone is dropping over here, man. And it seems like nothing much has changed, but Ian Wong caught on the sides and immediately got into P3. Oh, wait a minute.
Lights out into the wall, damage to his rear as well. Lincoln's now trying to fight against Paikal for that 5th position. He moves up to 5th now. This is incredible.
This is the finals for Nabil Aslan, keeping the rest at the bay right now. Kamal Ali holding on to P2 and P3 and P4 right now for Wayne. Go right behind, we're on board with Ian Wong, who might be having an opportunity. It's going to be a four-way battle. What's going to be happening over here? Everyone is dropping over here, man. And it seems like nothing much has changed, but Ian Wong caught on the sides and immediately got into P3. Nabil Aslan coming in at the back as well. Well, I believe that, Victor, it's time to get in.
Come on, he went wide. He went wide on the exit, and Wayne goes, swoops in to take the position. Nabil Aslan swoops in on the opportunity as well.
Coming towards the checkered flag, and here we go. Just won the race in Group A. What a performance for Danish Vickers Rory.
This is going to be tight now getting into the hairpin as Alvin Chai wrestles his way to stay on the inside, but Shang Yong is going to try to hook him on the inside, going out the exit. Still is trying to jostle for that 3rd position.
Shang Yun is not resting anytime soon. Alvin Chai slid over them, both of them onto the barriers, man.
Once again on the straight like this, is really nowhere to block as now Chandramauli is able to get himself alongside. Tries a bit of side drafting as well, but he really wants to be able to keep himself on the inside, going to turn, actually upgrades Ryopanda Kusuma. This is good, looking good right now for Chandra. He just needs to make the exit nice and clean, and he does keep it clean here. Gets up into P2.
And Yongler coming in all the way from the back, but it's going to be a long way for him to go. But Haikal right now got into P3. Ryopanda Kusuma loses the momentum, but how about the exit right now? And Haikal capitalized on that and got into the podium position.
Lincoln's now trying to fight against Paikal for that 5th position. He moves up to 5th now. This is incredible.
What a masterclass of a race, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Taj Izrin Aiman winning this race.
All right, so that is all the highlights that you can actually see, the glimpse of what actually happened before our amazing racers got into the semi-finals right now. Well, Victor, you know, it is not easy as what we see on the screens. That is very short because on the day, on the actual race, lots of drama actually happened. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, those who are qualified, they're here. It's time to write history again.
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys, you know, really had to eke it in, you know, to be able to make it into this top 20. It just goes to show how competitive, you know, the field has been, you know, in 2025 even. So coming into this Gran Turismo round here, you know, certainly during the quarterfinals, you already got a bit of a taste of what is to be expected. But sometimes, especially given that we're going to be having different tire and fuel situations and, of course, the different track and scenarios being presented here, there's a lot of adaptation that has to be done here by our top 20 drivers. But in any case, you know, we're going to be moving into our Group A semi-finalists while they are taking their practice round right now. Let's go ahead and run through a little bit about what to expect out of our out of one half of our top 20 here. So of course we've got our 4-time champion here, Taj Izrin Aiman. You know, he's been dominant in the Gran Turismo scene for so many years. So this time around, you know, he's come into, it's kind of like a homecoming for him, as I mentioned earlier, you know, coming into a very familiar ground for him. Gran Turismo being his #1 game is going to be a perfect situation for him to continue to bring that streak along here. But with the new blood being injected into this competition here, that's going to be the real kicker here, because drivers like Kamal Ali, for example, you know, has only had like a champion back in 2021 in the EXN GT Cup. So he does have the experience with Gran Turismo, but not at this very stage here where he's going to be up against some of the very best. Even drivers like Danish Biggers-Warren has been a long-time competitor, a multi-time finalist, but has not even not been able to enjoy, you know, the championship title itself. So could this be his year? Could he continue to give Taj Aiman a run for his money? You know, there's a lot of these factors here that are to be considered.
Yeah, absolutely, man, because looking at the history, some of them has been trying really hard, and some of them I would say maybe this is their year, but you know, we don't really know.
Yeah.
It is all down to their actual performance, and as what you said, Taj back into his home ground, and I would say, and some of them, you know, pretty much know how each other races, you know. So it is all down to their individual performance in the end of the day. Yeah, it's not about the history. History will be written anytime, but it is you who's going to be holding the pen and writing it today and right now. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just up for them to write their own legends, you know, on the track, which is named after many, many legends, including Niki Lauda as well as Jochen Rindt. As we have a look at these drivers now doing their final bits of warm-ups. This is the GR86 they're going to be running here. Not much in terms of aerodynamics, but because of the flat 4 engine that they use inside, the car has a very low center of gravity, which is going to be very important, especially in these very fast corners here. But particularly this turn 1, the Niki Lauda curve itself, is going to be a point of contention for a lot of these drivers going into the actual racing itself. But as for qualifying here, it's all going to be about precision. It's all going to be about hitting the brakes at the right time, taking the right line through these curves, and of course making sure you get a nice smooth transition out into the exit and maximize the average speed throughout these corners.
Absolutely. So you can still see some of them already warming up things here. So we're on board with Taj Izrin Aiman, the 4-time champion. Became a back-to-back champion back in 2021, and then in 2020 and 2021, 2022 for Iqbal Suji. So who's the only man who actually broke the streak there, Victor. But then he returned again as a champion in the next season after that, Taj Izrin Aiman. He looks really unstoppable. But on the new format, there was a little bit of a struggle for him in the certain other platforms, of course. But yet again, he's still in the semi-finals, so that shows, you know, there's no stopping this guy. But let's see for this season how it turns out to be.
I mean, in fact, when it came to the quarterfinals itself, Taj Izrin Aiman was able to pull off a 14-second gap, you know, to take the win in that race. So he's already showing that, you know, he's still the top competitor, if not the man to beat here when it comes to Gran Turismo in Malaysia. And now full of focus here, trying to keep himself right on the edge of the seat of his pants, pretty much, getting through that corner there, riding over the curbs and such, trying to maximize the amount of speed through these corners here as we get into this qualifying session. Remember, they only have 5 minutes to set their best time, so any mistakes they make in this lap here could be critical to their success on the grid. Of course, this grid being determined by qualifying position means the faster guys will be in front, and of course, being the first race of the day, certainly someone like Taj Aiman will want to be able to win it outright in order to make his championships hopes a lot more easier to attain.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really important on where you'll be qualifying this time, especially your grid start. So you gotta be the fastest man on the track in order for you to have, you know, maybe a better luck in starting the race, because we have seen countless of times that, Victor, you know, those who had a really good start in the race, they end up winning this race because there's not much of a huge pressure and they kept the momentum going, and some had to climb all the way from the back till the top. So that's a whole different challenge. But right now, this is the qualifying. So let's see where these races will be placing each other in the grid later on.
It's very interesting to see the way Taj Ayman's drifting his way through the corners. Of course, this being qualifying, there's not really any tire wear to be concerned about, so the drivers are free to use whatever techniques, even if at the cost of tires in normal situations here, in order to gain as much speed as they can through the corner. It seems like drifting, the four-wheel drift might be the ticket here for Taj Ayman. Or will it be as he comes across the line now? Let's see what kind of times we're going to be expecting him. A 1:44.7, that's the first times we've seen on the board here. Is anyone else going to be able to challenge that time, though, as more times are starting to roll in here? So Jeremy comes in at 1:46, Kusuma 1:45. That's good enough to keep him up there. Danish Warren makes it up at 1:44, under the 1:45s here, but only 2 milliseconds, really. So that's a very close margin there to Taj Ayman's own time. So it looks like Danish Warren, if he can keep this up, may be able to keep alongside our returning champion.
I think probably the next lap would actually do some justice for Danish Vigneswaran, despite that 0.2 seconds there, Victor, that actually made the difference. But let's see where they will be putting themselves. Taj Ayman still being the fastest man on the track. Well, once this qualifying is done, that's the moment where we'll be going into the race there, Victor.
It's also great to see Kamal Ali as well as Rio Kusuma being able to get in that second row as well with their times. Nabil Aslan seems to be struggling quite a lot, though. He's only been able to post a 8th best time right now, and has to boot gained a 1 second penalty during that qualifying. Perhaps he's went off the track a little too much, and the game has penalized him for track limits here, and that's going to certainly be a huge blow right now to Nabil Aslan coming in here. I mean, in the Pro Championship, he's amongst those who have the highest amount of points here, but this GT round proving to be quite the challenge here for Nabil Aslan.
Absolutely. So let's see where he'll be placing himself. We're on board with Danish Vigneswaran. Could he beat Taj Ayman's timing right now? As we're coming towards the final Red Bull Mobile over here. And let's see if there's going to be someone breaking Taj's timing so far.
Yeah. So Jeremy Yao, one of the newcomers as well, making up in the top 5. That's great to see here for the new blood in this competition. But although as I just said that, Chandramauli Adnan and Jeremy Yao are still tussling with each other in terms of that time. Now Rio Kusuma moves up to that top 4. Taj Ayman, is he going to be able to improve his time? He does improve it slightly, though, raising the bar just that little bit further. Danish Vigneswaran going to be coming through as well. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to beat him in that time, but look at that. Wayne Go makes it up into P3 here. This is great to see here from the 32-year-old.
Absolutely, man. I think one driver that I will really put my eyes on is going to be Wayne Go. I mean, in this series, he's better known as the Batman, you know. Yeah, he has always loved that name, so we're going to carry that towards the final. But yeah, Victor, one thing for that, Victor, you know, some of these races, they are putting all their hearts out, and let's see where they will be starting later on. But what do you think about the qualifying so far?
That's great. I mean, again, it's kind of expected to see that Taj Ayman will be in that front row, but it's good to see that Danish Vigneswaran is getting very close to that. But looks like the two of them will be fighting going into that turn 1. Great to see that Wayne Goh, you know, a multi-time finalist here for TGR, is able to get himself into the second row. So a good chance for him to get a good haul of points in this round. Very concerning to see Nabil Aslan gaining that penalty just now, struggling a little bit. And this is one of the things that I worry about for the drivers who come from a non-Gran Turismo background, is that they lack a little bit more that familiarity of what the track limits are when it comes to Gran Turismo. Now, you know, even though these are all racing simulators, each simulator has their own subtle differences, you know, in terms of your approach to driving, as well as the differences in the detail of the track itself. So Nabil Aslan looks like he's going to have a bit of a hill to climb here, you know, coming out of race 1. Not a good qualifying position for him here, but maybe he'll be able to gain back when he gets to the reverse grid in race number 2. So his hopes likely going to be pinned onto that one.
Yeah, so it is all down to the individual performance, like I always say there, Victor, you know. Maybe in a different platform you could be the very best driver, but when it comes to GT, some of them might be much more favored compared to the others because they have won it. They have won it before and they might have much more vast experience compared to the rest. But as what you say there, Victor, we're going to be moving on once the race starts. And that is where we can actually see, because in the qualifying, as what you said, some of them are actually struggling, but some of them even picked up penalties, you know. So let's see, even in the actual race, where they will actually be performing this time.
Yeah, so for Group A, I didn't mention what the tire and the fuel ballots were. So tires are going to be 16 times the simulation rate, whereas fuel is going to be 8 times the simulation rate. It's going to be very atrocious for the tires in this race here as we go now into our rolling start here. Ladies and gentlemen, here is race 1 for Group A. Touch Racing Aima moves in, stays in the lead ahead of Danesh Rikas Warren. Wayne Go and Kamal Ali will be tossing a little bit in the back there, but seems like Wayne has it nice and clear going into turn 3. So as we get into the all-important turn 4, this is going to be where Kamal Ali or Akhil Salfi may have a good opportunity to try to make their way up the grid, but also watch out for Rio Pandakusuma. He's having a little bit of a peek on the inside of Akhil Salfi, tries to go for that move. Akhil has to give him a little bit of space. Nabil Aslan, a bit of a tap in the back there, upsetting Akhil a little bit, allowing Rio Pandakusuma to stay alongside now as they get into the middle sector.
Yeah, really good start from the rest, especially the race leaders, Natajas Unaiman. But then the entire focus right now is going to be in the mid there, Victor, because we saw lots of challenges, lots of attacks being going on left and right, and let's see where it happens over here. Nabil still holding on to it, but then Rio, what a performance by him so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect opportunism there from Nabil Aslan, drafting behind Rio Pandakusuma and able to pass Akhil Salfi as a result. Together now, Nabil Aslan is going to be using a lot of his opportunities right now to try to make up places here, the places that he lost out due to qualifying. Watch out though, Kamal Ali now goes in for the attack here, onto Wengo, hooked onto the inside of this section here, but he's going to be left at a disadvantage by the time to get to Schlossgold. So let's see whether or not he'll be able to keep up alongside Wengo and perhaps beat him to the punch. And yes, he does get ahead of Wengo. Rio Pandakusuma also looking to get in onto the action here as Wayne takes the inside onto Schlossgold. Let's see if he can hold on there as Kamal Ali moves on into third place. So Nabil Aslan still stuck behind the 2 cars banging side by side. And Rio Pandakusuma has caught a half-second penalty as he come onto the main straight.
And that performance cannot go unnoticed there, Victor. I mean, what a performance so far by Kamal Ali right now, keeping himself in the podium position. But how long that's going to be lasting is going to be a huge, huge question to be asked over here. And still Wayne Gold defending his P4 position. And Nabil Aslan right now putting on the pressure. And let's see where this is going to go on as we're coming towards the Ramos right now to happen. And this could be another chance for Nabil Aslan right now. But the gap could be a problem right now. It's all about the heavy brakings in this zone there, Victor.
Yeah, it's going to be very heavy braking coming into here. Kamal Ali looking like he's going to be able to keep that nice and tidy, as does Wengo, as well as Nabil Aslan. So now it's going to be settling down here. You know, we've talked about the tire being 16 times the simulation rate. That means the tire's going to wear out very quickly if they continue battling like this. So now things are going to start to settle down as these drivers start to think more about that long-term strategy. But good move here from Nabil Aslan, being able to move up here onto P5. Used a lot of opportunities there, as well as Wicked Lau. Actually, he did use the opportunity of Rio Pandakusuma having the half-second penalty to be able to move up into 6th place. Only got Chandra Mauli very much on his tail, but not close enough here to give him a challenge.
Yeah, talking about challenge, we're still on board with Nabil Aslan right now. Maybe in Bahasa Melayu, we like to call it engine belum panas. Yeah, so that is for Nabil Aslan right now. Because even in the previous races we have seen, he has been one of the top contenders over here and always putting pressure. And talking about pressure, Wayne Go right now is under pressure. So we see Nabil Aslan going to choose to go on the inside right now. Let's see how it does. And well done so far there, Victor. He picked up and got into P4.
He picked the perfect timing to make that move here, coming out of Schlossgold now into the main straight. This is perfect for him to defend against Wayne Go. So Wayne still has an opportunity though, but that's going to be coming at the expense of his track position right now going into that first turn. So Nabil Aslan has him in his sights, trying to keep himself in a nice wide line here going through the turn to make sure that he keeps the racing line covered here. And Wayne Go really couldn't do anything at this point right now, just has to continue to try to keep up. But it looks like the exit is a lot better now for Nabil Aslan as he moves up to P4.
Yeah, he's chasing right now. Maybe his entire eyes right now is going to be on Kamal Ali, who had a really good performance earlier on. But right now, he needs to be aware that Nabil Aslan coming with hunger right at the back. And Wayne Go needs to be careful as well. Low-way kid coming in from P6 there, Victor. Sonikazu climbing the ladder one one by one, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, slightly, but surely. And hopefully being able to make their way to the front. Kamal Ali falling back a little bit compared to the battle going up in front between Taj Aiman and Danish Vigaswara. And Danish is really trying to keep the pressure going onto our returning champion here. While Kamal Ali is now within touching distance, rather Nabil is within touching distance of Kamal Ali here. So this is now going to be the turn for the newcomer here to show us that he can defend against one of the strongest competitors in the Pro Championship.
Absolutely. So approaching turn 7 here in Spielberg, Austria. This is the Red Bull Ring, built back in 1969, but then it was rebranded in 1990 and rebranded again in 2011, calling it Red Bull Ring. Well, lots of familiar histories that we can know. If you're watching or if you're a Formula One fan, you will definitely know all the things that actually happened over here, those famous races, those famous incidents that actually happened over here. But right now, this is history there, Victor. These racers who are right now competing in the Gaza racing is the one that is writing history. So it is going to be Kamal Ali right now, keeping himself in P3. And right behind that, it is going to be Nabil Aslan. And let's see where this ends over here there, Victor. We're coming into turn 1 earlier on later.
Yeah, keep an eye out, ladies and gentlemen, for the tire wear here. That's on the bottom left hand of the screen here. That shows how much tire has already been used up at this stage. Now, for some of these drivers, it may be slightly worse, especially for those who had a lot of side-by-side action in the opening laps. But for drivers like Danish and Taj Aiman, who have been able to stay out of trouble for the most part, it's now going to be a question of who's going to be better at managing those tires. And with Danish continuing to push Taj Aiman behind, I think his hopes here is to force force Taj Aiman to also spend a little bit more of his tire performance as well, and hopefully be able to force him to adapt his pit strategy accordingly.
I mean, season in, season out there, Victor, we have seen this, Taj Aiman right behind there is going to be chased by Danish Vigneshwaran. And at certain point, we have seen Danish Vigneshwaran came victorious, but right now he has a score to settle with Taj Aiman, who's now still in P1. He got nothing much of a huge pressure in front of him. He's still just doing his thing as how he does right before. And the only thing I would say is Danish Vigneshwaran, who needs to chase things down over here, is still keeping himself in P2. Kamal Ali in P3, P4 for Nabil Azan. Wengo on P5 now. These are the top 5, which is literally maybe open for a lot of things later on. But we're still very early in this race there, Victor. And I would say things could change once we hit that hit moment, I would say, yeah.
Yeah, so at the moment now, things appear to be cooling down, but that's because all these drivers are now very careful with the tires and the fuel here, because they don't want to spend it too much early on here to compromise their pit strategy. And especially for someone like Taj Aiman, he certainly is in control here of the situation, being that he is in the lead here, and Danish Vigneshwaran is continuing to kind of try to chase him through this. So even with the pressure mounting up behind, Danish has done a very good job of actually keeping Taj Aiman within touching distance.
Oh, no.
As I say that though, Danish has caught a half-second penalty, perhaps due to the little bit of a messy turn number 1 that we saw just now on screen.
Yeah, I think that didn't go to plan for Danish Vigneshwaran. Coming towards the turn 3 Remus, I would say. And Taj Aiman, I think right now he doesn't really need to worry about much there, Victor. That penalty would definitely play a huge role on in terms of giving advantage for Taj Aiman. But main focus right now is going to be in the midfields there on what's happening right behind, especially P4 to P6.
Yeah, I think it's also starting to be a bit of a struggle for grip, as the tires are no longer as fresh as they were a few laps ago. So now these drivers are going to be extra tiptoey, especially around the heavy braking zones here. In the meantime, in the back of the grid here, or rather in the middle of the grid, Wayne Go is continuing to try to keep himself ahead of Lau Wei-Kit. Both of these drivers certainly are very familiar with each other, having competed, for multiple years here in TGR. So right now, Wei-Kit is the one who has made the climb up, from further back in the grid and now up into P6. And Wayne, conversely, has been falling down the order ever since he started in P3, with both Kamal Ali and Nabil Aslan being able to overtake and overcome him in that instance. But with Nabil Aslan still very close here, Wayne Go is still having a good chance here to try to fight back for that track position here, as it seems like Nabil a little bit slower on this lap here, allowing Wayne Go to come up here. So a bit of a train of cars now coming onto the main straight, with Nabil lending the toe to both Wayne Go as well as Lau Wei-Kit.
Yeah, quite a bumpy start by Wayne Go, but then he has a chance to redeem himself right now. And right in front of him is going to be Kamal Ali, and then let's see, it's going to be Nabil Aslan actually, but yeah, Nabil Aslan right now still defending his position against Wayne Go, and that's going to be a 0.5 second penalty. The top, no?
Half-second penalty. He went off the track just now in turn 1 and over the curbs as well. So that slowed him down massively. Now Wayne is all over him, coming in into the inside, takes the position away from Nabil. Nabil giving a bit of a love tap from behind here, but to no avail as Wayne Go moves back up into P4. Can Lau Wicked also capitalize on this? Again, another half-second penalty turning up in his favor, although he will be very much clear Nabil Aslan even before they break for the downhill turn.
Man, how the tables have turned there, Victor. Earlier on, we see Nabil Aslan that was literally roaring up in the front, and then we saw Wayne Go struggling, but right now Wayne Go got a little bit in front of what he actually expected there, Victor. And right now he is in P4, P5 for Sony Kazu now, and right at the back it's going to be Nabil Aslan, who fell into P6. Do you think the penalty actually made an impact on that, despite not being slowing down? Now he's slowing it down. Yeah, but what actually went wrong there until Sony Kazu and also Wayne Go capitalized on it?
I think it's the tires already wearing out quite early on, and he's not experiencing the same level of grip, so must have misjudged coming into turn number 1 there, because we also saw Danish Ricketts-Warren make the same mistake and also earn a half-second penalty. And on top of that, riding over the sausage curb unsettled his car, slowed him down a lot, such that both Wayne as well as Wicked were able to get past him even before he had to slow down for the penalty.
Absolutely. So right now we're still on board with Low Wicked. Right now locked onto Wayne Go. This could be really good. We're coming towards the Likin outer turn. And let's see from this another corner. Another half-second penalty for Kamal Ali there, Victor.
Yeah, this is going to be great news here for Wayne Go, so he may be potentially able to get his top 3 position yet again here. So now he just needs to bide his time, and but he also has to watch out because Wicked is losing every opportunity right now to climb up the ranks, and he doesn't want to end up being another victim to this strategy here as Kamal Ali continues to trundle on. He's actually slowed a lot more coming into this corner here, allowing Wayne Go to almost get up to his rear bumper. So this is working very well into Wayne Go's favor here. But when Kamal Ali inevitably has to slow down later on in this lap here, Wayne should be able to retake P3 very easily.
Sure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the battle for P3, I would say. And right now, Wayne Go locked onto Kamal Ali. I think once that slowing down comes, he's going to definitely pass there if he keeps that momentum still going really strong there, Victor. And you can still see Wayne Go trying to block everything he could from Sony Kazu, because Sony Kazu right there behind is just looking for a mistake by Wayne Go. But then, and maybe from here there, Victor, this could be a chance, but...
Yeah, a chance definitely for Wayne Go. I'm not sure if it's going to be for Lau Wicked unless somehow eke its way into the inside of Schloss goal, but it's going to be not that easy. Oh, wait, I may have spoken a little bit too soon. Wayne Go actually had to dodge out of the way there, and that's allowed Lau Wicked now to come on the inside and moves up in front. Kamal Ali tries to fight alongside Wayne for that 4th position there, but it's Lau Wicked who moves up into P3, or will he stay in P3? Because Kamal Ali comes back with a massive hit, and Lau Wicked gets a half penalty instead.
Man, I mean, things were changing really well for Sony Kazu, but then that half-second penalty actually caught on, and right now Kamal Ali takes the advantage, goes back into P3, and Wayne Go falls back to P5.
Yeah, so wow, topsy-turvy it is
How things
here.
change, huh?
And it's a battle for a final spot on the podium for race number 1. Now side-by-side as well. Ooh, another half-second penalty as well for Kamal Ali here. Wayne Go is the only one without a penalty going into turn 4. Can he keep on here and stay alongside and maybe even get this move done here into Lau Wicked? We'll have to see. Moving into the turn, Wayne has a perfect position here to take the apex. He tries to close up the door, but Lau Wicked still has his nose slightly in place there. He couldn't quite close the door on Lau Wicked yet. Wayne is still going to have to try to use his next braking zone to his advantage here, but he knows that the half-second penalty still hangs over Lau Wicked's head, so he should be able to keep himself nice and clear. As long as he keeps his nose dry, he should be just fine in that P3 position.
Absolutely. One insane race there, Victor. I think this is going to be one of the most challenging part, especially for these 3 races. More like a battle of penalties right now, As long as you don't pick up another half-second penalty, you're on for good. But right now, Wayne Go is the one that is taking advantage. And let's see, he's definitely going to leave the rest. But
Yeah,
Even after slowing down there, Victor, Kamal Ali has some insane speed in his backs.
does, but I can tell you what, these penalties here, you know who's going to help this? Nabil Aslan right now, because it's all over the back of Kamal Ali and Lawikit. Now he just needs to negotiate a way past the two of them as they come up into the final few corners of the lap here. Wayne Go should be able to clear this gaggle of cars right now as Nabil Aslan moves up ahead of Kamal Ali, moves up into P4. This is going to be the highest position for him yet, and now he's got Wayne Go in his sights here as we come towards the end point of this race.
Maybe this could be a breaking point for Wayne Go. You know, he's building up the gap right now. So as long the gap is, you know, pretty far away from the other competitor, then it would be really good. So coming into the Niki Lauda corner now. And let's see from this curve. Look at that. No penalties this time there, Victor. We see most of them picking up penalty from that spot.
Yeah, so the fuels are starting to run out here for the drivers as we are approaching.
Here we go again.
Come on, Ali.
Here we go again.
Another half-second penalty. This is not what he needs, especially as the race is coming to a close right now. As Lawikit should be able to pull away into the distance here. Come on, Ali. Oh, it's just so sad to see that the track limits have come to rear its ugly head upon some of our drivers here. So in the meantime, Lawikit could certainly feel very happy with the progress he's made in this race so far, despite the fact he just missed out a potential podium position here with Nabil and Wayne Go still being ahead of him at this stage of the race. But then now with the fuel almost running out here for Lawikit, can he hang on long enough to get into that pit stop? I think a lot of these guys have decided, because there should be a mandatory pit stop here for this race, but then again, I think the fuel is just going to be enough for them to try to finish it off here. So let's see how this will play out as Kamal Ali now will be taking that penalty here. That's going to slow him down, maybe even into the clutches of Akiel Salfi, who has been fighting behind there with Rio Pantakusuma. He's up into P7 right now. Taj Aiman in the meantime, though, he's cruising his way into absolute victory here. 2-second gap to Danish Bigaswaran has all but confirmed himself into the lead of this race here. So now he comes across the line to savor that checkered flag here. He does take it. The first race being won here by Taj Aiman. Danish Bigaswaran makes it into P2. Wayne Go now in the drag race together with Nabil Aslan. He takes it back up into the podium. What a recovery here from Wayne Go. Nabil Aslan, of course, in fourth. Lawikit, a great recovery drive to make it up into fourth. Kamal Ali stays in P6 ahead of Akiel Salfi. Rio Bandakusuma makes it up into P8.
Incredible race one. Well, the GT World welcomes back Tajuzin Aiman in checkered flags there, Victor. What a win for this man, and he has been on insane speed, I would say, and no one actually gave much of a pressure or challenge for this amazing driver. You know, throughout the years, he has been putting on a really wonderful show, but what a win for this man. Could this be the moment for him again? Could this be this season again for him? Stay tuned and find out.
Yeah, so wow. Again, very much expected to see like Taj Aiman to come out storming the gates quite literally, but Danish Bigaswaran tried his really best here to try to keep Taj Aiman honest. So at least at this point, you know, Taj Aiman is not running away with a massive gap here. Still knows that he has to keep an eye out for Danish Bigaswaran, especially later on if he's getting to race 2, the reverse grid race, which is going to be slightly longer. There definitely will be a minimum one pit stop for that race itself here, so the pit strategy is going to be even more crucial in that race here. But in the meantime, great action to see from 3rd place to 5th there. I mean, for Kamal Ali, Wayne Go, and Nabil Aslan, to see them just fighting each other and gaining penalties at the worst possible times at times. You know, it just goes to show how tough it is really to try to keep themselves on the track in some of these moments here, and especially when the tires start to wear out. You know, you try to turn into turn 1 and you realize you don't have the grip. It's really nothing much you can do. You're just really along for the ride for that. So Danish Bigaswaran does get a 1-second penalty though. I think that's going to be added after the race here, but I don't think that's going to affect his position with relation to Wayne Go. And Wayne, wow, what a comeback for him. I mean, he qualified in P3, so he did start in that P3 position, but lost out at the early phase of the race there. But then with true sheer grit and perseverance, still was able to get himself back in that P3 position and keep his championship hopes alive.
Yeah, so there you go. That is the provisional results. And there you go. We see Chandra Mauli in P9 and Jeremy Yao in P10. I mean, what a race. It has been incredible start of race 1. And right now we'll be going into race 2 real soon. But we're going to be having a little bit of a chit-chat with some of our drivers over here there, Victor. But I can really tell you, you know, we're going to be hearing some incredible inputs by some of our racers today. So if they are all ready, I think we will be going together with the main man in the front stage. Take it away, my man. Here we go.
All right, thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. What an amazing first race here today. And with me, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Taj Aiman. What's up, Taj? How you doing, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Obviously, the first, good to be back in this year. And yeah, pretty excited.
All right, okay. You can see the pressure and excitement on Taj's face. So, Aiman, nak panggil Taj ke nak panggil Aiman? Taj pun boleh, eh? Okay. Taj, what's up, Taj? Okay, so Taj, this is the first race that you've gone through today. As the returning champion, sebagai champion, datang balik, you rasa, do you feel that there's a different type of pressure put on you compared to the other races here today?
Honestly, I could say everyone's here really want to aim for the top spot. They really want to get the best out of the best here. And for me to keep on maintaining, if I could, maintaining the championship, I really want to push hard, obviously. So I've been practicing, everyone's been practicing here. So pressure is always pressure. It's good to have pressure for ourselves. So, yeah.
Betul. I think I like that line from Taj. I think that's what makes a champion a champion. You know, pressure makes diamonds. Betul tak? Yes, sir. Okay, last question. Kita nak kacau you punya focus before we start race 2. It's a very short one. So, kita just nak tanya, with the multi-platform that we're doing this season, has that affected you in any way?
Yeah, honestly, like what Toyota has been doing, like multiple platform really do helps. We're doing other platforms like such as Race Room, iRacing, and Corsa. It really do helps us to learn from the fundamental of driving. Some cars maybe sort of different type of you want to maintaining the car handling and how you want to push this everything. Yeah, I do think so. With multi-platform and jump into GT today, it's really do helps us and as well to jump into real racing as well. Yeah.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, from the mouth of the champion himself. Thank you so much, Taj. Appreciate it. Good luck. Okay. All right, thank you so much, guys. All right, next up, we're going to be talking to my man at sim number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking to Nabil Azlan. What's up, Nabil? Nabil, apa khabar, Nabil? So you want me to call you Nabil or Azlan? Nabil, Nabil. Okay, I give you nickname. You dah ada nickname belum? Ada, apa nickname you? Billy the Kid. Okay, all right. So Nabil, if you guys at home were watching the race itself, you had a bit of a rough start, skit. Tell us what was going through your head because it's race 1, it's early in the morning. How are you feeling?
Yeah, messed up a bit in my qualifying. The pedals were acting up just a bit, so I just kept my head down. It's still a long race, 9 laps, so tried to have a good start. We managed to get up a few positions up until I made a mistake on my own. Still kept my head cool and then after a few laps, the other 2 cars in front of me also got penalties. So with all that, what happened during race 1, P4 is still a good points.
Fantastic. You know, I love that answer. The fact that you took accountability, you took responsibility and gave no excuses. I love that, Nabil. I love that. How old were you again?
23.
Fantastic. So young, yet so mature. All right, Nabil, final question. We're going to head into race 2. Now, we talked to Taj a few minutes ago. He's talking about pressure, about coming as a returning champion. What about you? Coming in as a challenger to the champions here today. How are you feeling at someone, one of the youngest too, right? One of the youngest, paling baby face, paling cute. So what kind of pressures do you go through compared to Taj?
Always is pressure in every championship. I know Taj quite well, and also he has won 4 championships already in this championship. We'll see. Hopefully this year there'll be another champion this time around.
That's what we want to hear. Thank you so much, brother. Power. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've just finished race 1. We're going to pass it over back to our commentators, Matthew and Victor, for race 1 highlights.
Well. Interesting takes from our races today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a look on the highlights of what actually happened today in the semi-finals. Well, a perfect start by Tajuddin Aiman. Danish Iglesias trying to follow up what Wayne Go had the biggest challenge today there, Victor.
Yeah, I can see Taj Aiman just trying to break the toe there for Danish Iglesias. That's how was he able to stay in front. This was the big battle going on in the middle of the field here. And Rio Pandakusuma, the half-second penalty pretty much relegated him to the back half of the grid itself. So big shame here for Rio Pandakusuma for sure. But Wayne Go, his troubles were not quite over as after he got passed by Kamal Ali. This was his battle with Nabil Aslan, who was trying to make his way up after a disappointing qualifying, actually being able to get himself ahead of Wayne Go and even up into P3 at one point. But certainly without Wicket, one of our veterans here, Sony Kazu himself, able to fight his way almost to a podium position here, but unfortunately couldn't quite keep it, going off the track there and earning the half-second penalty, and that was a huge blow to his race here, unfortunately.
Yeah, just things did not go really well for him there. But then a lot of these races there, Victor, they picked up so many half-a-second penalties, except for Wayne Go. He escaped that death of penalty, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's showing the experience that he has with Gran Turismo, isn't it? I mean, this is not the first time he's been in the Grand Finals. In fact, back in 23-24, he was 6th place in the Grand Finals itself. So it's great to see that he's, again, back on form here into this race. But certainly the man back on form here is Tajuddin Aiman, continuing to dominate from the get-go here. So certainly going to be a huge favorite for the championship yet again in 2025.
For sure, incredible return, especially for Tajuddin Aiman in GT platform, I would say. And he looks really untouchable, especially in Group A there, Victor. But remember, we still got one more race to go, and let's see where this time ends, because he's going to be starting all the way from the back. But your thoughts there, Victor, from this race, your thoughts there, Victor?
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, very much great to see that even the newer guys as well getting into the mix. Kamal Ali particularly has been quite exemplary in that regard, even though he did make some mistakes towards the end of the race there, but still being able to finish up in the top 5 is going to be a great boon for him, you know, moving into the next phase of this race here. Now the thing is going to be in the reverse grid order, so now it's going to make the faster guys have to fight their way into the front here in order to be able to maximize the points countage. But this is going to allow drivers like Rio Pandakusuma, Chandramauni Adnan, and also Jeremy Yao an opportunity now to try to gain some points here in this race number 2, the points that they missed out on when it comes to race 1.
Yeah, even in the previous round, we saw some of these races like Chandramauli and also some other races that Victor, they actually won it. So maybe this could be an opportunity for them to actually, redeem themselves in this race.
Yeah, again, it's all going to be about redemption here for some of these drivers. But for drivers like Tajuddin Aiman, he wants to be able to make a statement, from day one itself that, he's still the man to beat. He's still going to be the final boss for Gran Turismo Malaysia.
I have a very spicy question to ask you,
Ooh,
because since Taj is already 4-time champion right now, if he wins the 5th title, can we call him the greatest? The GOAT of TGR?
I mean, practically, when we talk about the history of TGR, there's only been 4 different winners, right? Including Taj Aiman. So, in the other 2 guys have only gotten 1 championship each. Muhammad Uzair, the inaugural champion himself. Muhammad Shahrial was the 2nd champion, and Iqbal Suji was the one who broke the streak, between Taj Aiman's 4 championships. So in that sense, you could claim that he's the greatest competitor in Gran Turismo's Malaysia's history here, because simply the number of titles he's won, and also I think also looking at the margins that he wins by, both in terms of points and as well as time in these individual races. So yeah, I mean, that's why I like to say that he's kind of like the final boss. If you want to be the number 1 in Gran Turismo, you have to be able to beat Taj Aiman at his own game.
Absolutely, man. I mean, talking about Tajuddin Aiman, since how many years ago we've been watching him race, and from there we saw his potential, and right now he's untouchable. So that is how much has grown in this platform, and we also kind of named him the alien driver because he looks like he's not from this planet. It's really incredible driving skills, and even Alex Young spoke about his driving skills there before.
Yeah, especially for this year itself with the multiple platforms. Even Taj Aiman has been very much impressive, even in the platforms that he's not really known for. So as we come into race number 2 now, a 25-minute long race. This is going to be an interesting one here with Jeremy Yao and Chandra Mauli being in the front here. Ryota Pandakusuma is going to be looking up to make up for some of that disappointment here, hoping he does get a good start here, actually, in fact. So he should be able to keep himself up together with the front runners. As right now, Kamal Ali getting into a tussle there with Nabil Aslan. It's Akil Salfi blocking off Kamal Ali there. Nabil Aslan still is going to be able to take the inside going into the next turn, but Kamal Ali gets a half-second penalty. This is not what he needs right now at this stage, especially with Danish coming alongside, but oh boy, Danish also has earned a half-second penalty. The two of them are likely going to have to tussle with each other once that penalty comes true for them, as Chandramouli Adna makes it up into P1. Jeremy Yao misses out on that position there coming out of turn 4, and he moves down to P2. Now it's going to be fighting side by side here with Rio Pandukusuma going into the downhill turn. It's going to be a very crucial breaking point here. Chandramouli Adna needs to keep his head cool here and keep himself on the line. Rio Pandukusuma is going to have the inside here onto Jeremy Yao. Can the older driver take it against the younger, the new blood? Yes, he does. He does get up ahead though, but only slightly. Can't quite close the door onto Jeremy Yao quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, what a fantastic start there. And right now, Chandramouli, it's a moment for redemption, I would say. But then Jeremy Yao right now still battling against Rio. And Rio is not giving us any single chance over here there, Victor. But they're still side by side. That's what you said, you know. Nothing much really big of a difference over here. But right now, here we go. Rio picks it into P2 and Jeremy Yao falls into P3 now.
Wow, Rio really had to hang out there on the outside there and just barely gave enough space there. Nabil Aslan and Akil Sawi were jostling just behind the two of them. Now Nabil's alongside Akil will have the inside going to Schlossgold now. So this is great for Nabil Aslan as he moves up into P4 very handily there. Taj Izrin Ayman though, he's been making his way up the ranks. He's already up into P6 at the end of this lap. Can he make another position here as he gets onto Akil Salfi onto the main straight? He's got Lau Wicked to watch out for beside him and Danish Warren to watch out for behind.
Well, I wonder where is Wayne Go right now, Victor. He's all the way at the back, I believe.
Yeah, he's still in the back there. I think in P9 or maybe even P10 at the moment. So not quite the best of starts here for Wayne Go at the moment. Already being passed here by some of these faster drivers ahead of him. But now Lau Wicked gets a half-second penalty. This is going to be great news here for Danish Warren, so he can afford to not fight too much. Wayne Go also has a half-second penalty, but he's up in the P9, so he will be able to continue his battle here with Lau Wicked as Danish takes onto the inside onto turn 4. He's still able to take the apex here, but can't really quite clear Lau Wicked yet with the car of Taj Ayman still being in front there. He can't quite have a good line of sight coming out of that corner.
Nearly a sandwich situation there for Danish Warren, but he's still keeping his head really cool there, Victor. Wayne Go picked up a half-a-second penalty. He's all the way at the back this time. That's what he said, not the very best of starts, but Danish Warren slowly kind of bumps it on the others. And right now got into P7. Yeah. Let's see, I mean, he's one of the most aggressive drivers we have seen there throughout history there, Victor. But right now, it is all about him climbing towards the top without causing a huge penalty right now.
Yeah, and he has to keep it nice and clean. That was a very sketchy entry there into the corner for Danish, but he really wanted to get past both Wayne as well as Woykid and potentially be able to bring the fight, or rather continue to bring the fight here to touch Izrin Ayman, who's closing in onto Akil Salfi as we speak. Now the half-second penalty will start to apply here as to get across the penalty line here for both Wayne Go as well as Lau Wicked. That will put them within the clutches now of Kamal Ali, who is actually catching up from behind here. So still very tight fight here, even at the back of the grid for our Group A drivers.
Both sides, I would say there, Victor. Both sides, we're having a really good fight right now. Wayne Go still in P8, really able to climb up all the way to the top. That's going to be the question. And right now we're coming towards turn 1. And let's see where all of them. Chandramouli still leading this race in P1. And Rio surprisingly in P2 there, Victor. And the new blood Jeremy Yao in P3. These are your 3 podium position racers, keeping at the top. But Taj Izrin Ayman still in P6. Well, he will find his opportunity right now against Akil Salfi there right now, Victor.
Yeah, it's going to be the next breaking point here that will determine it here for Taj Ayman or Akil Salfi, as Taj Ayman is getting a good draft off of him coming out of turn 3. Now he breaks late here to try to get onto the apex compared to Akil Salfi. Will close the door to him straight away coming out of turn 4. What a move here from Taj Izrin Ayman.
Perfectly done there, especially this is one of the best places for you to overtake, and he has done it really incredibly. Now Taj is in P5. He got another 4 more races ahead of him, and still Salfi at the back. That Victor is still not giving up. He might be putting a little bit of pressure, but we know when it comes to management, we know when it comes to managing the stress, and also especially when you are in this kind of situation, the best is going to be Taj Izrin Ayman. Yeah, he's really composed in every corners.
So he's choosing to stick on the medium tires for the start here. So now again, we're going to be running for 25 minutes in this race, so 10 extra minutes compared to race number 1. They have to run a little bit longer, and they will have to have their mandatory pit stop during this race itself. Now the Taj Aiman has already cleared Aki Al Salfi's next goal is to be able to catch up to Nabil Aslan, who's currently holding that 4th position here. Chandra Mauli in the meantime continues to stay very clear in the lead here, not giving much toe here to Budi Pantakusuma, I'm afraid, going onto the main straight. And look at that nice, good gap margin for Chandra Mauli. He needs to be able to extend it as much as he can here to give himself a good chance should any of the fastest drivers behind start to catch up to the front runners.
Yep, 10 in 10 turns, I would say, and right now Chandra Mauli keeping himself in P1. Beautifully done, especially coming into the first turn at the Niki Lauda curve. And right now he's on a huge vacation up in the front, I would say there, Victor. Not much of a huge pressure for him. Rio is quite behind there with 1.7 seconds. But then one mistake there, you know, especially when he's late braking or something comes up, I'm very sure Rio would definitely catch that up there, Victor.
Yeah, wow. I mean, Chandra is really flying away now with these laps. The best lap for him, the last one here, and it's already setting another record for the sector here. So he's really pushing the car as hard as he can right now to maximize his first stint. But then again, he is running on the soft tires for the start. So in terms of that strategy, I think it's more about trying to get a good gap from the early phase of this race here and hopefully trying to maintain a good track position coming out of the pits. But at the moment though, it's going to be all about the way he's going to be able to manage his race, the way he's going to be able to manage those tires as well as the fuel consumption here, given that it's still 16 times as well as 8 times respectively. So again, they still have to maintain very smooth lines. They cannot afford to have those half-second penalties for cutting the track here at any stage of this race, because that's going to just further sandbag their time here and make it a lot harder for them to defend their own track positions.
Yeah, I think in my opinion, I would say, you know, Chandra is one of the most decent skills in terms of managing his tires. You know, he's still not pushing that hard enough, but right now he needs to be aware of what's coming behind. But talking about behind that, Victor, still we see Rio is in P2, P3 for Jeremy Yao, and Nabil Aslan right now is in P4. Not the best of starts there he had, but then he's slowly climbing back up. And right now we still see Tajuz Naiman keeping himself in P5. He still have a lot of time actually. And remember the mandatory pit stop there, Victor.
Yeah, so it's still a longer kind of phase that these drivers need to contend with here. But I will say though, Taj Aiman is still shaving away the gap now to Nabil Aslan. So I think maybe sooner rather than later that he's going to be able to catch him. Maybe even before the first round of pit stops here, given that he is running on the medium tires. He's definitely planning to try to run a little bit longer in this stint compared to those who run on the soft tires here. So we'll see how this will turn out. At the moment though, things settling down between these drivers here. Not much close racing as expected here, because these drivers are going for the long run, going to try to keep the tires alive for as long as possible before they inevitably have to go in pit.
I mean, you got to give it up for his tire management. That Tajuz Naiman, man, look at that. You know, some of them are already halfway through, and he still haven't even touched half right now, there, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, harder compound tires as well helping him, and he did manage to get through Akil Selfie pretty much unscathed, and already made up like 4 positions from the start alone. So he has already done most of what he can already on the start of this race here with the fresh tires. Now it's going to be up to him how he continues to shave up that time to Nabil Aslan right now. That's already down from 1 second now to 8/10, just over 8/10 of a second. So looking at Taj Aiman is just inching ever so much closer now to Nabil Aslan.
Still Chandra Mauli keeping himself in P1. Yes, nothing much of a huge pressure, I would say. But one thing for sure is that, Victor, I'm really looking forward on this race. Yeah, this guy over here is going to be Sony Kazu. I mean, one of the most technical drivers, I would say, especially when we saw him in the previous seasons, you know, how promising he was. But right now, talking about promises, sometimes it's not that consistent, if you see.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's down to luck, you know. Sometimes, you know, maybe a bad decision, you know, may have worked against him in the past, but now the fact that he's continued to persevere, continues to compete, and continues to be a factor in these grand finals year after year just shows like how much of a top competitor he still is to this day. Right now, it's between him and Wayne Gold. Like, the two of them have a lot of experience racing against each other in past TGR seasons and even in other racing series as well. But right now, it's Wayne who's ahead of Lau Wicked. Wayne getting a little bit loose on the exit there. Didn't quite affect his exit speed speed too much as Lawak is not able to capitalize on that. But right now, these two guys are getting a little bit close to each other here, but still no opportunities for any overtaking.
Yeah, so as the gap is right now spreading really hard there, Victor. You can still see some of them are, like what you said, you know, some of the races are already settling it down. But right now, Sonikazu is still chasing the man in the front. And talking about front, it's going to be the battle of P4. Taj Aiman right now has an eye on Nabil Aslan right now, who's keeping himself in P4. He needs to defend this. On the other side, Taj, you know that, Victor, when he has the opportunity, he will definitely take it, and he would never ever look back, I would say. And still a long way to go, but still, you know, it is pretty much open for all of these races for the P4 now.
I'm quite curious what is Nabil's tire situation right now, because it seems like he's losing time compared to Taj Aiman right now. Taj Aiman goes for the pits really early on here. This is interesting. So he dives into the pits early on here, maybe trying to go for the overcut here compared to some of the other drivers. Danis Wiggins-Ryan also jumps in the pit as well. All the medium tire drivers seem to have gone into the pits here along with Wayne Go, as Nabil Aslan continues to stay out ahead here in the soft tire. But even then, you know, even in the previous stints, we did see that he's still losing time to Taj Izrin Aiman, even on the medium. So perhaps a little bit of that unfamiliarity with the tracks starting to rear his head here for Nabil Aslan. But then again, we'll see how this will play out in the long run, as Chandramauli Adnan also on the soft tires has already worn down almost 2/3 of his outside tires here. So we'll see. Well, he does still have enough fuel, so he can still potentially run another lap here. But that pit window is going to be creeping up very quickly right now for our front runners.
I think he's picking up where he actually left there, Victor. You know, in the previous round he won it, and right now the momentum he's carrying is just incredible. But then it's going to be down to how he actually pits and his strategy when he comes out there right now. But Taj Aiman surprisingly goes into the pits early, and right now he's on the soft there, Victor.
So perhaps he was
now he might be catching everyone up.
Might be, but this is a very interesting one. I mean, he started on the medium tires. I'm expecting him actually to go for a longer stint than this one here, but looks like his plan has changed. Maybe he saw the pace that he had even on the medium tires compared to the other soft tire runners. So I'm thinking that he's probably going to try to make a longer stint on a soft tire with a full fuel load, hoping to be able to outlast most of these drivers, and knowing that he has the pace compared to them, that perhaps might be his ticket to get up into the top 3.
Yeah, Taj Aiman fully locked in, and right now it is going to be Nabil Aslan. And look at that, most of them already in the pits there. Chandramauli, Rio, and also Jeremy Yao has gone into the pits. Where will they come out? That's going to be the question right now, and still, let's see. On this time there, Victor, most of them already using the softs, and Akil Safi and also Sonikazu will be on the mediums. Interesting. So practically at this point now, it looks like both Nabil and Taj Aiman are going to be running like longer soft tire stints. Nabil, of course, started on the soft tire, so he's already going to be making that long stint from the get-go here. But Taj Aiman, I think, is switching that focus, switching that strategy around here to hopefully try to keep up with Nabil Aslan. So Nabil will be inheriting that lead. Taj Aiman should be able to inherit second place, and Danish should be able to inherit third as soon as they pass the other drivers inside the pits. We'll see who is going to be coming out first, though. I think Taj Aiman may have someone to contend with to get into turn 4, as it looks like Jeremy Yao, Rio Bandukusuma has already gotten out of the pits early on here. So Taj Aiman is going to have a bit of fighting to do here with the guys who previously held the lead and was in front of the race early on in the race. He has the experience there, Victor. You know, he has the battle experience, I would say, especially climbing from the bottom till the top. But, you know, in this season, he's kind of struggled with a little bit of a consistency. But right now, he's picking up. I mean, GT has always been his home ground, and he knows what he's doing. And let's see where he lands over here, because despite him going for the softs and not even going longer on these previous tires, well, he might be up to something.
He's definitely up to something. He's always is going to be up to something here.
Yeah.
You know, all the years of experience of taking the titles for multiple years here, certainly means that he has a lot more experience compared to most, and what it takes really to try to win titles here in TGR. Nabil Aslan finally comes in to try to take his pit stop here, his first of the race, and that's quite at the the back half of this race now with 10 more minutes of running to go. So now it's going to be a big question whether Touch Ayman can overcut him in the on the racetrack here, because he was falling behind him in that first stint throughout. Touch Ayman's only just coming up to Schlossgo at this point, so if Nabil Aslan gets a very quick splash here, he might be able to come out just ahead of Touch Ayman, but we'll still have to see. We still have to see how his pace looks like after he comes out, because Nabil Aslan definitely has to take either a medium or a hard in this stint, given that he started on the soft tires from the get-go. Now he's getting fueled up. Touch Ayman's coming out of the final corner here. He's going to be cutting it close now between Touch Ayman and Nabil Aslan. It looks like he only takes 78% fuel, so he comes out a little bit early here, may be able to stay ahead of Touch Ayman, in fact, by the time he gets out of the pits.
Yeah, Touch Ayman right now. Let's see on the exits and see how he actually getting through this race. And Nabil Aslan right now, he's in P3 there, Victor.
Yep, he actually make the place up onto Jeremy Yao.
Oh,
But the
look at
two of
that.
them will be fighting going into turn 4. This is going to be exciting now.
Oh.
Nabil Aslan tries to make up a place there, but Jeremy Yao fights really hard there. Actually closes the door on him onto the entry of turn 4, not allowing Nabil to take the apex first. So Nabil will have to hang behind, but this might be good news here for Touch Ayman, who is closing in onto these two battlers. The more they battle, the closer Touch Ayman and Danish Warren can get.
Well, the kid, he's definitely not afraid of the experienced ones right now, Victor. And right now, Nabil Aslan has somebody to actually chase for the podium position. And let's see where this lands over here. Nabil Aslan still right behind there, locking onto Jeremy Yao. And Jeremy Yao needs to close every bit of the space, I would say, because Nabil, when he gets that small inch bit there, Victor, he will definitely take it. But then he sometimes, contends a little bit. But right now, he needs to get into that P3 because, this is the second half of the race. It's now or never. He needs to do something about it.
Yeah, especially with Touch Ayman taking the win in the first round here, the more distance he can put between himself and Touch Ayman in here is going to help himself massively in terms of points. But a podium position is certainly going to be on the cards here. If Nabil Aslan can just find a way past Jeremy Yao, tries to get alongside, going to be late braking and diving into Schlossgo here. He does make the move here, closes the door to Jeremy Yao coming out of it, and perfect move here for Nabil Aslan to move up into P3.
I told you that, Victor. One small gap and that's it. That is definitely Nabil Aslan is known for that. And right now he's in podium position as we're coming towards the long straights right now. Jeremy Yao left behind. Touch Ayman right now he needs to deal with, and that's going to be another crazy battle, I would say, as we're coming into the Niki Lauda curve.
Yep, into the turn we go. Touch Ayman getting closer and closer to Jeremy Yao. He needs to be able to clear him quickly here, but he does not want to leave too much of a gap there for Danish Warren to exploit, as Danish is already taking the toe off of him going into turn 3. Now we're going to be going into the all-important turn now, the main overtaking point. Touch Ayman is trying to defend against Danish Warren, but Danish beats him to the punch and actually knocks into Nabil Aslan. Jeremy Yao tries to keep himself on the track. Nabil Aslan still is able to keep himself ahead of Touch Ayman, but this has opened up the door now for Touch Ayman to get into the fight for the podium here. Nabil Aslan tries to keep himself onto the grass here, but he has to leave a little bit of space there. Touch Ayman in a drag race right now, breaking into the downhill turn. Nabil Aslan still has the inside, but Touch Ayman has more speed on the outside. Can Nabil Aslan cover him off? No, he can. Touch Ayman makes it up into P3.
What a comeback, man, from the back, and right now he is in the front. I mean, that bump actually changed a lot of things in this race, and Touch Ayman right now back in podium position. Nabil Aslan drops into P4, but that surprising hit from Danish Warren. I mean, no penalty, nothing there, Victor. Still race on.
I mean, again, it could be penalties applied after the race.
Yeah.
The stewards will be looking at that, but
That was really late braking, I would say.
yeah, very, very late braking there. An over-eager move perhaps from Danish's part, but that's because compromised his race, but also has compromised Nabil Aslan as well, because that was what allowed Touch Ayman to get alongside him in the first place.
Exactly.
But now Danish is going to be making the moves now to try to get closer to Nabil Aslan, so oh boy, this could be controversial between the two of them.
Oh, man.
So coming into turn 1 right now, Danish Warren already knew that he may be on the borderline when he came to that last move here, but he needs to keep it nice and clean for this one now. He needs to make it a good overtake. He closes in on Nabil Aslan through the apex there. He was clearly a lot faster, but Nabil was able to block him on the exit, forcing Danish to back out a little bit. So Nabil still has the lead going into turn 2 and now to turn 3. This is going to be very important now for Nabil to be able to stay defensive here. He knows that what Danish is going to try to do. He's going to try to sneak into the inside yet again here. Breaks very late, gets on the apex, tries to close the door on Nabil, and does close the door into Nabil Aslan.
I mean, that is something fantastic move there by Danish Vigneshwaran. He got into the 4th position right now, leaving Nabil behind. But then he still needs to look back on what actually happened earlier on. I leave that to the race towards there. But right now, Danish Vigneshwaran having the spotlight, you know, despite having some controversial moves here and there. But right now, he's in P4 there, Victor. And Nabil got someone to chase right now again.
Yeah, so, wow, I'm more worried actually at this point about the tires here, but there's still another 5 minutes of running here for these drivers. So with Taj Ayman, his strategy is played out beautifully right now, because not only is he on the softer tires, but he's also gaining onto Rio Pandakusuma right now, so maybe even a P2 might be on the cards. Look at how much of a gap he's already made up ever since he passed Nabil Aslan here. And now Danish is going to be rushing to try to catch up the next the 2-second gap between him and Taj Izrin Ayman right now. But Taj Ayman, he's all over Rio Pandakusuma right now. This is going to be interesting here.
For sure, man. Rio right now, he did not expect Taj to actually approach behind, but it is going to be Taj right now chasing him down. And maybe from these straights, we might be seeing Taj passing Rio. This is going to be another big opportunity for him. Rio right now needs to close the doors, but then he does not have the speed. And let's see how Taj is able to do something about this. It's a really good curve there coming in, and that is a fantastic move so far, but then Rio needs to hold on to it into these long curves over here towards the Ramos right now, and Taj Izrin Ayman with that speed there, Victor, there's nobody stopping him. He got into P2, and I can really tell you it is over right now. There you go, really good overtaking.
Took such a wide entry into turn 1 and managed to shoot out like a slingshot, going over the curbs in turn 1, and then was able to set it up beautifully for him to be able to take P2 going into turn 3. That's amazing setup and execution here from Taj Izrin Ayman. Now he's only got one more car in front of him. He's got another 4 minutes to go here. Akil Salfi in the meantime in the battle with Jeremy Yao. Jeremy, who has dropped back quite significantly since earlier phases of this race, is now in the battle to try to stay in the top 6, but Akil Salfi is going to try to make his way through and try to fight his way alongside Jeremy Yao. Gets himself back on the inside of Jeremy and still stays in P6 for now. And yes, will be able to get himself ahead of Jeremy finally, as Wayne Goh is lurking in the background.
Yeah, I think not the very best starts for Wayne Goh in this race there, Victor. You know, he's still constantly right behind. We didn't see him overtaking much, and things just did not go really well for him. But then Jeremy Yao as well, fallen all the way to the back. And one thing for sure is that, you know, maybe in the next race, things might change.
Yeah, so we still have another 3 more minutes of racing here as we are on board with Akil Salfi. Having dispatched Jeremy Yao, he is now pulling way ahead as Wayne Goh is now closing in onto the 7th place man. Makes it through him in the final corner itself, and Jeremy Yao moves down into P8 and a half-second penalty as well. My goodness, stop, he's already dead. Well, we'll see if he's going to be able to recover from this here, but at the moment, there's not much running time left here, and Wayne Goh makes his way up into P7.
It's looking really stressed on the cameras there, Victor. I mean, there you go. This is the race leaders. Rio right now in P3. Danish Vigneshwaran maybe somehow trying his very best to get into the podium position. So let's see, maybe he might have a chance over here. Rio Pandakusuma needs to be really careful on this turn. Danish Vigneshwaran comes in from the inside and got into P3 just like that, Victor.
Yeah, almost shades of Max versus Leclerc.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so, well, though thankfully Danish didn't force Rio to go too far out the track there, but that's just enough to nudge him out of the way there and be able to stay, move up into P3. But yeah, I think this pretty much keeps a nice little status quo compared to race number 1 here, with both Taj Ayman and Danish still earning a massive haul of points coming off of the 1st and 2nd place finish in race 1. So this is going to be a massive win here for both of these drivers who have competed together as teammates before when it came to the regional championship. So we'll see whether or not Taj Ayman will be able to close that gap a little bit more. I mean, he's done more than enough right now to be able to secure the maximum points coming into the grand finals here. But Nabil Aslan, in the meantime, he's got Akil Salfi for company here. As Akil's actually caught up to where Nabil was. So now Nabil's going to be fighting here to try to keep his P5 position.
Yeah, and it seems like Akil might be having an advantage on this, especially on the speed right now. He's on the outside corner now, and let's see how he's able to do it.
Wide there for Nabil.
Nabil went too wide.
So
Yeah.
Akil Salfi is keeping himself nice and tidy here, but Nabil's definitely going to be a bit worried about
I knew
penalties.
it.
And yes,
I knew it. I told
there
you.
we go. A penalty there for Nabil Aslan. That might have costed him 2 positions here as Wayne Go is also caught up behind Nabil Aslan. Will be able to swallow him up actually going into turn 3 as Akil Salfi goes around the outside. Wayne Go is also using the opportunity. Goes a little bit too wide though, Wayne does, and he falls in behind Nabil Aslan.
Well, a penalty fiesta again, I would say there, Victor. I mean, we got 1 more minute to go actually in this race. And what a race it has been, especially for P1 there, Victor. I mean, Chandra Mauli started this race really well, and I think the only person who could really challenge him is going to be Taj Aiman if he's given another 5 to 6 laps there. But at this moment, things are coming very close towards the end.
And things are just falling in place right now
Yeah.
for Chandra Mauli Adnan. He started in the front row, managed to take P1 from the start of the race, and he's now only got Taj Izrin Ayman trying to catch up behind, but the lap is running out here. I think Taj Ayman is going to have a heck of a challenge here if he even wants to get alongside Chandra, much less actually pass him. So Chandra may be on for maximum victory here in race number 2. So he just needs to keep his head down. He just needs to keep up in spite of the pressure of a 4-time champion nipping at his heels.
I like what I said there, Victor. If there's going to be another 2 to 3 laps, then we might be seeing Taj Izrin Aiman giving a huge challenge for Chandra Mauli. But then right now it is going to come towards very close to the end. And I mean, fantastic race so far by him, I would say.
Yeah, Chandra. I mean, it's just a shame that he didn't manage to maximize points when it came to race 1, but this race 2 will certainly keep him in contention here to be able to make it to the grand final. So give it up here. It's Taj Ayman. Oh, 1 second penalty. Yeah, he's not going to be able to get it past. He tried to drag race Chandra Mauli, but Chandra still takes the win here in race number 2. Taj Ayman in 2nd place and Danish Bigaswaran in 3rd. Rio Bandu Kusuma makes it up into 4th, and Akil Salfi beats Lao Wei Kid to the punch. Lao Wei Kid makes his way up past 2 drivers, which is Nabil Aslan and Wayne Go, to take 6th place, and what an incredible race that was for our Group A drivers.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. We saw actions from the front all the way till the back. I mean, what a race it has been there, Victor. And I think, I mean, Taj looks really unstoppable.
I know, it's incredible. Like, again, year after year, we always see this with Taj Izrin Ayman, right? Either he has huge margins, or he's somehow able to fight from the back of the grid all the way into the front. And, wow, we also missed out on a little last lap action there with Lao Wicked. I saw him battling together with Wayne Go. They were side by side at one point, and they were behind Nabil Aslan at that point. But by the time the lap ended here, Lao Wicked actually makes up 2 places and finishes in a respectable P6. So well done to him. And well done as well to Rio Bandu Kusuma. You know, he did miss out on a lot of points when it came to race 1, and this 4th place finish here is certainly going to be very handy for him as we move into race number 3, which is going to be determined by championship position here, determining the start for that race. But with Taj Izrin Ayman and Danish continuing to stay on the podium here for back-to-back races, I think they've all but confirmed their slot into the grand finals.
Oh, I mean, what a race it has been, man. Especially in this race, I would say. But there you go. This is the P9 and P10, Jeremy Yao and also Kamal Ali. Kamal Ali, in the first race, he looked really good there, Victor. But on the second race, things just did not go good for him in the office. But overall, on what you thought about this race there, Victor?
Yeah, I mean, amazing to see like Taj Izrin Ayman and Danish still being on top form, even coming year after year. So right now, I think they've all but confirmed their slot into the top 10. So it's now a question of which other 3 drivers, you know, from Group A will have a chance of getting there. I think Chandra Mauli has a good chance right now, given that he did take the win in race 2. Now it's going to depend on his race 3 performance right now to be able to make up for the disappointment for him, at least for race number 1. Wayne Go, you know, still, even though he did get podium, this second race here didn't quite go the way that he expected here. I mean, in that regard, Lao Wicked may even stand a better chance of getting to the grand finals compared to him right now at this stage. So he's going to have to bank a lot of his hopes right now on the 3rd race for the semifinals here to be able to make it into the top 10.
For sure. So we leave it that to the race stewards, and let's see who is going to be qualifying into the finals. But then we're going to be talking to some of our racers on the stage. So for that, we're going to be having with the main man up in front. Faisal, take it away, man.
All right, thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Victor. What an amazing race it was here today. And I've got my number 1 right here today, Chandra. What's up, Chandra? How are you feeling today?
stress, man.
All right, I think you know what? I love that line. As Taj was saying just now, the pressure is real. So I gotta ask you. I think everybody at home watching also wants to ask you the same question. You were in number 1 pole position for most of the laps, and then throughout the last 3 or 4 laps, you had Taj Aiman right there. Yeah, it was right there. How was the pressure, man?
I mean, the pressure is definitely on. Like, I can definitely see the delta closing in, and I can see Touch in my rearview mirror getting closer and closer. And it was down to the line. I think it was neck and neck finish. But all I can say is stay calm, keep it cool, and calculated.
As Ronaldo does it, you know, calma. Okay, so I gotta also ask, like, you felt the pressure, you calmed yourself. What are your techniques? You know, everyone has their own technique on how they calm themselves. What do you do personally as a racer? What is your way of calming yourself?
Me, I mean, I deal with anxiety too, but best way I do is just always remember to breathe. Always keep breathing, don't tense up. I think being loose, making sure your hands and feet are light, that's always a great way to make sure you're consistent, you don't make mistakes, because often you make a mistake, you tense up and you just keep making more and more and more, and it snowballs. So I try to just keep myself calm no matter what, and just focus on what's ahead, not what's behind me.
One step at a time, right? One step at a time. Because I think what you said really makes sense. You know, it snowballs from one mistake to another mistake. Fantastic. Okay, so we've also got to ask, right? This is race 2 already. So now we can actually ask you, what was your prep coming into race 1 and race 2 here today, driving in GT?
Race 1 didn't go as expected. As much as I practiced, much as I like to think I could have done a lot better. I think, like I said just now, the one mistake, it kept snowballing on and on and on. I just wasn't used to the whole thing. But luckily, I just managed to find an opening in race 2, and I managed to hold it till the very end. Strategy as well. Everyone, I think, was running all sorts of different strategies. I'm glad to have found the optimal strategy. I made it work, kept it consistent, and I just sent it.
Oh man, I love that answer. All right, so before we pass it over to our casters for the recap of race 1 and race 2, we've got a final question, yeah? So we've got a final question for you here today. Chandra, anything you want to say to all the other racers here?
Good luck, have fun, but also it's a matter of keeping your tires clean. Fighting isn't always the best option.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, from Chandra. Thank you so much for joining us here today for race 2. All right, let's head on over to our casters, Matthew and Victor. Take it away.
Thank you, man. I mean, what an interesting talk with our racers there. Especially Chandra was saying it's all about stress.
I know. I mean,
stress management. You know, not only tire management, stress management comes in as well.
Because you had to imagine for his position, right?
Yeah.
Like, he knows that Touch Adrian Aiman is super fast, and he knows that Touch Adrian at some point may be able to cut through the grid and start to fight for him in the front there. So for the most of the race there, like, that's always been hanging in the back of his head, right? Like an invisible enemy, if you will, someone he cannot see until the very end of the race. And you could see how quickly Touch Adrian Aiman was already catching him by the final lap, wasn't it? So I think if it went on for even another lap there, Chandra might even have lost out on that lead. But man, the way that he was able to keep his calm, keep his cool, and still come out with the win here, that's why I feel that he has a very good chance right now making it into the top 10 for this year. So in the meantime, yeah, for the other drivers though, well, it's going to be very topsy-turvy, because as I understand right now, there's a lot of adjudication being done about race stewards after this race right now. So there's still a lot of incidents to process at the moment. So I wonder what the final order is going to be in terms of like the overall results here for race 1 as well as race 2. So that still remains to be seen. As far as the two drivers I think that have stands the best chance here of getting into the top 10, definitely Taj Aiman and Danish Wiggins-Warren. Chandra Maui Adnan, I think we will still have to wait to see how he performs in race number 3 here. If he can successfully make it up into the podium here, then he's definitely confirmed his slot into the top 10. As for everyone else though, it's going to come down to the margins. It's going to come down to how many points. It may even come down to even a single point between some of these drivers here to determine who makes it into that top 10.
Well, all the best to the drivers, and let's see who qualifies. But let's roll and have a look on the highlights and actually what happened in the race we just commentated, man.
Yeah, for the race start itself, I mean, Chandra Mali and Jeremy Yao. Jeremy was actually in the pole position here, and Chandra managed to take an opportunity coming into turn 3, you know, to make that move. But you're already in the midfield. You can already see tussling around. You can already, if you could see in the background there, Tashibis and Aiman was already fighting his way past a couple of cars and actually made his way into the midfield. Now, this is where Nabil Aslan and Jeremy Yao, rather he was able to pass Jeremy Yao for a P3 position, but Tash Aiman was coming in very quick, as did Danish Bigaswan. But this was the incident that turned things on his head. Danish Bigaswan made a very late move and bumped into Nabil Aslan, making it hard here for Nabil to defend against Taj Isrin Ayman, as he was able to get up alongside and eventually passed him for the top 3 position. Then from that point onwards, it's more about strategy rather than skill, as Taj Ayman made a surprising move to take a pit stop very early on, and it was after he dispatched some of these drivers here. So eventually, as the order starts to coalesce with the pit stops being confirmed from these guys, Danish Bigaswan as well as Taj Ayman was starting to fight together with the drivers who were formerly in the front, and eventually culminating in Taj Ayman catching up to Chandra Mauli Adnan and almost passing him, although the penalty plus the fact that the lap was already over definitely prevented him from doing that. But for Chandra Mauli Adnan, he definitely could breathe a sigh of relief that he saw that checkered flag first.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, you know, you're almost at the end and then you see your competitor right behind, and oh, I mean, that must be a really stressful moment for him, as what he actually explained on the interviews. But right now, it's pretty much done with the highlights there, Victor, and I'm really gearing up for the Group B actually, but then we still got some results to actually show and stuff. But Victor, I mean, coming through Group A, we already see some of your favorite drivers qualifying, maybe, you know, provisionally qualifying. What are your takes on the other 2 drivers who might be coming in as well? Who do you think could be the one that might be going through?
I mean, again, we're talking about Group A, isn't it? Right. So, like I said, it was Danish and Taj Adrian Ayman, I feel, are most likely to make it there. Then another 3 more drivers. This is going to be marginal. I think, like, in that sense, like, Rio might have a good chance. He managed to finish in P4, so at least he does have a decent haul of points. I think in this first run, though, I mean, his first race, a little bit low, so he still has to fight very hard in race number 3 as well. Same as well for Nabil Aslan and Akil Saufi. 2 of them were definitely very much coming to blows here, especially in race number 2. So I think if either one can overcome each other in race number 3, that will determine everything here. So then, yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. I mean, oh yeah, and Wayne Go as well. Very disappointing race number 2. He needs to be able to finish in the podium for race number 3, I think, in order to have a chance to make it to top 10. But, you know, this is just kind of like doing, not really doing maths in my head here. Just
yeah, you know, that's why I want to say, you know, the maths up to you guys, all right? You guys do the math, and let's see who qualifies for the finals. But right now, we're going to be going into Group B. I mean, we are pretty much done with Group A. You guys do the maths, as what we said. And right now, we are going to be rolling into the semi-finalists of Group B. We got really interesting names, interesting faces, familiar faces, I would say, and a mix of newcomers as well. And of course, it is going to be the brother of Nabil Aslan. It's going to be Nakib Aslan that will be competing over here. We got the 2022 champion, which is Iqbal Suji, joining in this group as well. There, Victor, we got Raja as well, Raja Shaukat, and we also have Putra Azbira, Azib, Kai Chang. I mean, Muhammad Hafiz returning into the scene as well, and also some of the other races as well. Victor, talk us through on who might be the favorites in this.
Oh, I mean, for sure, you got to talk about Nakib Aslan as well as Iqbal Suji. I think these are the 2, like, biggest stars here inside of Group B itself. And then you got the newcomers here. I mean, we say newcomers, but Raja Amir Shaukat, he actually came in through the campus tour itself and finally made his way into the actual Toyota Gazoo Racing eRacing Championship here. So this is going to be interesting to see how he performs, especially up against these guys, because they certainly have competed a lot in other online races as well. And then in the meantime, you also have like a complete newcomer in the form of Adam Harif, who basically was able to eke it in just at in the nick of time when it came to the quarterfinals to make it inside this top 10. So it's great to see that he's able to make it here for the semifinals. And of course, like with the other returning drivers in this instance here, well, we'll have to see how they're going to try to do it, because it's still going to be the same track, it's still going to be the same car. We are still going to be on Red Bull Ring here in the hills of Spielberg, Austria. A relatively short circuit with only 10 turns, but it's a very fast and very flowy circuit. And as we see in the Group A races, lots of recipe for action out on track.
Yeah, a really amazing track, I would say. Despite like what you said, it is short, but still, it is always rewarding for those who are really brave in this track, and it doesn't reward those who are on the late braking. Yeah, you might be on the walls, but there you go. This is the track that will be used. So it's going to be the Red Bull Ring, and of course, the format and stuff you guys already saw earlier on. But right now, things might be. Yeah, we're going to be having a look on the race machine there, Victor, the weapon of destruction, I would say, for this track. And it is none other than the GR86 RZ21. I mean, you already break through about what this car could do, and we saw in live action on what actually this car could do in the Group A there, Victor. But right now, it is going to be Group B on how they're going to be managing this car.
And we've seen like when these cars, especially when they go over the sausage curbs, can be a little bit like floaty and wobbly, and that certainly means that the drivers have been very cognizant about how they're maintaining the moment of their car throughout the corner, especially if they make a mistake and go a little bit wide. We've seen with Danish, we've seen that happen with Nabil, where they get a little bit too wide off the track and pretty much become a passenger at that point, not being able to avoid the half-second penalty. So that's going to be something that will the Group B drivers will certainly have to watch out for. So now, as we get into that Group B itself, I mean, very decorated group that we have here. I mean, we all got some of the youngest drivers in the competition in this group itself, in the form of Chong Jin Bin, as well as Ngo Yong Jen, two guys who have actually started competing just early last year and have already shown themselves to be exemplary. It's great to see that they also are able to make it into the top 20 of this GT round. For drivers like I mentioned, Raja Amir Shaukat came up for the campus tour, has made the progression now into racing together with the pro class in this year's in 2025 Malaysian eRacing Championship. So really want to see how he's going to be able to perform against, especially the heavy hitters like Iqbal Suji, former champion here in 2022, and Nakib Aslan. Of course, a lot of us, especially here at Toyota, having very close eye on him because he's not only been one of the top drivers in sim racing, but even has real world results as well. But this is going to be his a new challenge for him practically, because Gran Turismo is not a platform that he's competed on before. This is actually his literal first pro level tournament running in Gran Turismo. So it's going to be so interesting to see how it's going to come out, fight out the gate here, especially against some of the veteran drivers and with the other strong drivers as well. I mean, of course, when you want to talk about drivers who are returning here, we also have like a returning champion in the form of Mior Hafiz. Mior, in fact, has actually started. He actually started he was the champion of the first ever Gran Turismo tournament, and still in 2025 continues to compete.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, lots of histories, lots of challenging things we can expect from Group B. But before we go into the race, let's have a look, something really special for you guys. And here we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Genevieve Uy, an amateur racer turned Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie, and I'm excited to introduce some of the cars that we use in the TGR Malaysia eRacing Championship 2025 finale. First, Toyota's all-wheel drive hot hatch, the GR Yaris RZ. This isn't just any hot hatch. The GR Yaris was developed with direct input from Toyota's WRC team, making it a true rally-bred machine. In the game, you immediately feel its aggressive acceleration thanks to the 1.6-litre turbocharged engine producing over 260 horsepower. Pair that with the GR4 all-wheel drive system, and you get incredible traction whether you're powering through tight corners or sliding across gravel stages. The GR Yaris RZ was used in our quarterfinals, and what makes it so fun in Gran Turismo 7 is its versatility. You can tune it for road racing, time trials, or even rally events. It's light, responsive, and rewards precision driving, which makes it perfect for racers who love pushing themselves to improve lap after lap. Up next, we have the predecessor to the iconic Toyota AE86, or more fondly referred to as Hachiroku amongst Japanese car culture, the GR86 RZ. The GR86 RZ is built for pure driving pleasure. It's powered by a 2.4-litre naturally aspirated flat-floor engine, producing around 232 horsepower, paired with a front-engine, rear-wheel drive layout. This classic sports car formula gives it incredible balance, sharp handling, and the kind of precise steering that drivers love. Lightweight and agile, the GR86 RZ rewards smooth inputs and smart racecraft. In Gran Turismo 7, it's a car that punishes mistakes but also gives back with thrilling control when driven well, making it the perfect choice to test the skill and consistency of our e-racers, who will push the GR86 RZ to the limits in the semi-final races. Last but certainly not least, we have Japan's answer to the pinnacle of single-seater racing, the Super Formula SF23. The SF23 is Japan's premier single-seater race car, built for raw speed and precision. It's powered by a 2.0-litre turbocharged inline-4 engine, producing over 540 horsepower, and paired with a lightweight carbon fiber chassis. Thanks to its advanced aerodynamics and incredible downforce, the SF23 delivers lightning-fast cornering and acceleration that rivals Formula 2 and even edges close to Formula 1 performance. In Gran Turismo 7, driving the SF23 is the ultimate challenge in the last race of our semi-finals. Every input matters, from throttle control to braking points, and racers will need absolute focus to master its speed and grip. And there you have it, a showcase of the GR machines that our racers will use to prove themselves worthy of the TGR Malaysia eRacing Championship.
Naki on the inside, Iqbal on the outside, literally touching the brake pedal.
Wow. And let's see where he's going to be. And he closes inside immediately. And what a move by Keith Mo.
Gran Turismo 7, the lights are coming out. And here we go. Good start here from all around from the top four. Iqbal Suji takes the wider line, looks going into turn one, but can Naki outbrake him going into the turn first? We'll have to see as they come now. Naki on the inside, Iqbal on the outside, literally touching the brake pedal.
Wow.
Taking time here, but Naki has a better line. Can he make it a better exit though? He comes out slightly ahead. That is enough for him to take back the lead.
Daniel is going to be, in a really good position to get into P5. Ethan is still pushing hard right now. It's all about who's going to be putting the legs on the brakes. Ethan Lau perfectly doing it really well. They're defending his position again, despite Daniel had the edge earlier on. But right now, Victor, it is going to go on a wheel-to-wheel basis over here, and I would say side by side again. But then Daniel got in front right now, leaving Ethan right behind.
Now trying to come back onto Daniel here. Can he make it stick though?
Yes, he does.
But Neo Kaido still has good momentum coming out, gets himself back alongside, and gets himself back ahead of Ethan Lowe.
Oh, every corner here feels like a final exam, and there's going to be only one driver that's going to be graduating in today, and it is going to be Naqib Aslan. What a win for him in Group B. Iqbal Suti sliding through the checkered flag, keeping himself in P2, P3 for Raja Amir Road Shaukat.
Oh, wait a minute! Lights out into the wall, damage to his rear as well, as the other cars now jostling and trying to get past him. Oh my goodness, things have gone from bad to absolutely catastrophic here for Chongqing Min. Going again, getting very close now to Neo Hafiz. He's trying to get the position back after losing it in the pits. Now it's going to be clear of him getting into the hairpin way before the braking zone. It comes back out in P2.
Right now, P5 is held by Ayman Hakim. So Ayman needs to be careful over here because he's gaining, and he has gained really well right now, Victor. He might be making a move from here. He chose to go on the wide, and let's see where he's going to be. And he closes inside immediately, and what a move by Keith Mo, and he takes P5, but how about the exit now?
Chong Kai-chan comes across the line to take the win in Group D.
All right, so those are the things that you can actually expect in our semi-final race, because the quarterfinals for Group B was really intense, and I can really tell you that, Victor, we are getting closer and closer towards the grand finals, and I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, we're just one more step away, isn't it? I mean, we still have the race street that's going to be later on in street number 2, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that, because that's going to determine who will be making it into that top 10. But now, talking about our Group B drivers here, I mean, we did talk, wax a lot lyrical about Nakib Aslan, Iqbal Suji, and Mio Hafiz. But also want to give a shout out here to Chong Kai Chang. He's also like a multiple-time grand finalist here for TGR. He's actually won a few championships of his own. He actually won the Heineken Player 00 Malaysian Champion, which was a e-racing series that ran on Formula cars. So that could maybe run to his advantage here when we get to race number 3, isn't it? Now, we're going to be seeing Group B going into qualifying here, so this is going to be very important now for them to determine their grid positions coming into that first race. We're on board right now with Nakib Aslan, probably one of the most decorated drivers to come in for the first time here in Gran Turismo for TGR. He's going to be up against drivers like Iqbal Suji, a former champion in 2022, Chong Kai Chang, a multiple-time grand finalist and a strong competitor here in the Gran Turismo community. You've got new guys in the mix here. Chong Jin Bin managed to eke his way into the top 20 here, as well as Ngo Yong Jen, another youngster, the same age, 19 years old only, and also a very supremely confident driver that I want to see how he performs, especially up against the big boys. Chong Kai Chang is the one leading the pack right now. He's got a clear road ahead of him and a perfect situation for him to get his flying lap sorted.
Yeah, so Chong Kai Chang will be one of the racers to watch out for there, Victor, because not even in this season there, Victor, even previous season we saw him giving a really good fight, you know. So maybe if the luck turns really good on him, definitely he might be having a chance to get into the grand finals. But right now, all eyes going to be on Nakib Aslan, who is, what you said there, one of the most decorated drivers on the track right now, and he has proved in. I mean, he's the perfect example of Gran Turismo there, Victor, you know, virtual to reality. Not only him, even his brother as well. So we always name it, you know, the brother of destructions. Yeah, the Aslan brothers, you know, they have been causing chaos, dominating motorsport virtually and in reality as well.
Yeah, his younger brother, conversely, in Group A, has had quite a chaotic start to his race so far. So Nakib is going to be looking to try to perform maybe that little bit better between the two of them, but we'll see how that will shape up. So plenty of space for him to continue on his merry way here. Not much pressure going on from behind as well. He only got Azib and Chong Kai Chang to watch out for. Very, very aggressive take onto the inside there on the curb by Nakib Aslan. Still managed to keep it together though on the exit here. Tries to keep it nice and cool as we get into the downhill turn. We can see Chong Kai Chang and Azib still very far ahead here. I think Nakib is definitely going to be measuring himself up against these guys because especially with Chong Kai Chang being a multiple-time grand finalist, he knows that that's going to be one of the benchmarks that he needs to be able to overcome in this race. But we also need to watch out for Iqbal Suji. I think it's way further back in the line there, and maybe struggling a little bit with traffic, or who knows how that will turn out here. Again, Aslan, very smooth and deliberate application on the throttle as well as the steering here. Just that little bit of a slide. Not going to be too worried about scrubbing the tires too much, and a very smooth and clean exit out of the middle sector. Very technical section of Spielberg, rather of Red Bull Ring. Now we have to see how he takes the final few corners here. He needs to be able to keep it right on that curb, but not go out too much to end up getting that track limit penalty. Azib looking a little bit out of shape though as he goes very hard over the curbs, but Nakib Aslan conversely takes it nice and smooth and gentle, making it onto the main straight. Azib comes through. Doesn't quite make it though. He gets a half-second penalty, and frustration as he throws his hands in the air, realizing he's made a mistake here. And it's only got one more shot to try to get back in that position.
The fastest man is going to be Iqbal Suji, clocked in about 1.45.602 there, Victor. I mean, what a perfect timing for him now. Let's see if there's anyone else that might be breaking this or not.
Certainly, I don't think it's going to be the best we've seen from Iqbal so far. It's very far up from 146. We saw like all the way down even 144 with Taj Izrin Ayman in Group A itself. But bear in mind as well, like these guys are a completely different field of competition here. So as long as Iqbal Suji can still keep himself ahead of both Azib Shabi Mokhtar as well as Chong Kai Chang, that will be enough to keep him on the pole position. Ngo Yong Jen also has a half-second penalty along with Nakib Aslan, so that's going to be cause him to suffer a lot, as well as Mio Hafiz, who seems to have decided to call it quits, pull his car to the side of the road, knowing he's not going to be able to improve too much on this lap. Iqbal Suji is going to have a bit of traffic ahead of him, which is going to be a bit of trouble if he wants to try and improve, because it's only 9 milliseconds faster than Azib so far. If Azib is able to find more improvements on track here, he's certainly guaranteed to be able to snatch away that pole position from Iqbal Suji.
One thing that most of of these races that Victor needs to watch out for is these half-second penalties. You know,
Yeah.
even in Group A, we see some couple of them already picking that penalty up most of the time. And right now, Group B, I hope they have learned on what they actually saw from Group A. So you know which are the corners that you might be getting those penalties, the potential penalties. So you need to really be aware of that, and you know, hopefully that does not affect your race, I would say. Yeah.
Iqbal Suji also trying to keep himself inside the track limits there as he comes around the final corner. Got Yong Jen to stream off as he come onto the main straight. Now coming across the line, can he still confirm his time? Yes, he does. Stays in pole position with 1:45.1. A good time there for Iqbal Suji, and just in the nick of time as well, as Azib did improve on his time, but Iqbal still improved it by just that little bit more.
Oh, I think we're going to be expecting a really good race, especially in Group B. I mean, Group B has lots of potential drivers, you know, lots of amazing skill sets in this group, and I can't wait to see who's going to be topping that. Iqbal Suji, what a fantastic driving so far from him, and being the fastest man on the lap. Will there be anyone catching him up? That's going to be the question there, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be alongside some of the strong drivers. I think I saw Chong Kai Chang was still up in the top 3 early on. I have no indication of where exactly Naqib Aslan ended up after that. I mean, he certainly had made a mistake in that first lap and knew that pretty much ruined his qualifying here. So just like with his brother Nabil, he's also going to have to fight his way from the middle, the back of the pack here, you know, to be able to make up those points. So that's going to be a huge challenge right now for Naqib Aslan, who did come into this grand final day, you know, with the highest points inside the Pro Championship. So again, but it's really, I think what he really wants to be able to do is to be able to make it top 3 overall here in this GT round itself.
Absolutely. So comparing all those familiar faces in the Group B there, Victor, one particular racer that you would like to highlight, you know, that might be the dark horse in this Group B?
Oh, it got to be Chong Kai Chang for sure. Like, he has been a dark horse for multiple years. You know, he's shown that he actually has, you know, the capability to fight with the likes of Taj Ayman and Iqbal Suji, but, you know, sometimes it comes down to luck. Sometimes it's just the circumstances not favoring him too much. But time and time again, he's always shown that, you know, he's still able to take podium positions even if he doesn't take the race wins. And on the days where he really does show up, he really shows up, and he really brings a good fight here for the other drivers. So I want to see like how he's going to be able to do, I think, on this in 2025.
Yeah, but I mean, we're going to be finding that out, especially in Group B. This Group B is one of the hottest group, I would say, there, Victor, because, you know, everyone is pretty much open. And talking about being open, we're going to be going into the race right now, and off we go. Iqbal Suji right now in the front with a perfect start so far. Chong Kai Chang coming in as well. Watch out for Asip right now. Oh, he's shifting line so fast there, Victor.
Yeah, I think Chong Kai Chang had a way better start compared to Iqbal, as well as Azib. He moves up into P1 right now and is already pulling way ahead, as Azib now struggling and trying to keep up with the likes of Naqib, who did qualify in P4, now is moving his way up into P3 just behind Iqbal Suji. Putra Azwira, another veteran of TGR, is also alongside him trying to fight for that 4th position. Looks like he may be able to confirm it, given that he is on the apex now, going to the next turn. Azib, though, is still putting out a good and decent fight. Iqbal Suji, though, he loses the position here to Naqib Aslan as Naqib moves up into P2.
Yeah, he needs to hold on to this P2 there. Putra Azwira right now keeping himself in P3. Iqbal Suji falls into P4, but then it is pretty much open there, Victor. You know, maybe the next turn things could change, but Putra Azwira is fully locked on into Naqib right now. And it seems like I got deceived earlier on in the start of the race. I thought it was Iqbal Suji that might be having a really good start, but then Chong Kai Chang just proved everyone wrong immediately there, Victor. As what you said, he could be the drag horse of this Group B, but then Putra Azwira right now into P2 just like that. And right now, Naqib Aslan needs to chase this man down.
Yeah, well, good slide as well there for Putra Azwira to be able to confirm that position as Chong Kai Chang continues to pull ahead, almost 2.5 seconds in the lead now for this race. It's an amazing start right off of Chong Kai Chang, an amazing position for him to be able to take the checkered flag first. In the meantime, for Iqbal Suji, what a disappointing start it has been for him, isn't it? I mean, he slid out just now in turn 3, and that costed him his position to Naqib Aslan in the first place, but he's continued to fall behind the grid now to the driver who came up from Campus Tour, Raja Amir Shaukat, who's in P6 here, is now fighting up against the former champion here in P5.
Yeah, Raja Shaukat right now will be having the highlight as well. He's definitely going to be the one to look for in this race, especially when he was really good on the qualifying, and right now on the momentum he's carrying, things could change. But then Iqbal Suji is the one that actually surprises me right now there, Victor, you know. I mean, despite being a former champion, he still has the experience, he still has that deadly movements, you know, and we can never discount him in any moment that he could take things the other way around. But right now, things are shifting really fast for P6 there, Victor. It seems like Mio Hafiz is right now chasing Iqbal Suji.
Yeah, well, he's also trying to get himself past Raja Amir Shaukat, but Raja still has the inside, forces Hafiz to take onto the sausage curb there, slowing him down a little bit and allowing Raja to maintain his P6 position. But yeah, that was very close there from Mio Hafiz there. Now he's going to attempt to try to have a peek on the inside. In fact, he forces his way onto the inside there, onto Raja, and the disadvantage now is Raja on the outside, as Mio Hafiz is going to try to take away that 6th position, but he needs to be able to close the door on the exit, and Raja, though, is still trying to keep alongside, couldn't quite make it out on the exit there. Mio Hafiz moves up a position.
I mean, Mio with the experience there, Victor, he knows what he's doing. He has been in this GT competition for very, very long time, and we finally got someone with the half-a-second penalty, and here comes the penalty fiesta. It's going to be Adam Harid right now, so there you go. He has already picked it up. So who's next?
Yeah.
Well,
he's already gotten the move or onto Chong Jin Bin, so he may be able to continue fighting him in the next laps or so here, even despite the half-second penalty, which we've seen at least on Red Bull Ring to not be too detrimental in terms of like their loss of track position here. So I think even with that half-second penalty, Adam Harid will still be able to try to fight for some positions here. But now a fight is going to be on with the first ever Gran Turismo champion in Malaysia, Mio Hafiz versus the 2022 champion Iqbal Suji. Two champions now fighting for position here. This is going to be exciting.
Very, very exciting. Mio Hafiz, I mean, we have seen him racing throughout the years, and not only that, even Iqbal Suji as well. But then right now it is all about the pride, you know, who is going to be taking into the front position. Iqbal Suji still holding on to his P5, now P6 on for Mio Hafiz. We're coming into turn 3. This is an incredible place for Mio Hafiz to take something or do something about it. He's closing in right now from the inside, and Iqbal Suji goes wide there, and Mio Mohammad Hafiz just, oh, wait a minute, look at the exit by Iqbal Suji there, Victor. I got it too early, but man, Iqbal Suji still showing why he's the 2022 champion.
I think you and Mio as well. Mio was very early in that turn, turn 3, so that compromised him on the exit, so a bit of an over-eager move, but he's still alongside Iqbal Suji though, coming into this next turn, although Iqbal will have the advantage of a defensive position here compared to Mio Hafiz. Watch out for Raja Amir Shaukat though, he's looking to try to pick up some scraps here as he gets up alongside Mio Hafiz. He's also right behind Iqbal Suji as well, keeping up the pressure between the two of them. Now it's making a 3-way battle between them, as now they almost sandwich Raja Amir Shaukat, making himself a little bit of a nuisance right now in this battle between two former champions. Now Raja Amir Shaukat is forced to tuck in behind as Mio Hafiz moves up into P5 here. Iqbal Suji not able to fight him through the faster and technical section here inside of Red Bull Ring.
All eyes is going to be on Raja Amir Shaukat right now, the Victor. I mean, he has been the pest between the P5s and P6 right now, and he is trying to pull something out of this. He's just waiting for an opportunity over here. But then Adam Harid coming in as well from the P8 there, Victor, and Raja Amir Shaukat might have an opportunity to gain into P6. He's on the inside right now. Can he able to push Iqbal Suji out? And yes, he does, the Victor. But then still not enough, if I would say.
Yeah, still putting that elbows out there, almost forcing Iqbal Suji onto the grass, but Iqbal still is able to put his own elbows out and force Raja to get back onto the track here, but he's still having the outside here, a much more prime position here, but Raja Amir Shaukat still elbowing his way through here, forcing Iqbal to ride over the sausage curb, while Adam Harid is now trying to slip onto the inside. A 3-way battle now forming here for P6. Adam Harid slightly ahead of Raja Amir Shaukat, while Iqbal Suji has to tuck in behind. Raja Amir unfortunately has to concede that position to Adam coming into turn 3, but now it's going to be under braking here. Raja Amir Shaukat takes the outside, Adam on the inside, Iqbal Suji even goes further on the inside. A bit of a contact between these cars here, causing a bit of action-reaction. It's right now Adam is struggling to try to keep himself, his car nice, straight and narrow here as Iqbal Suji and Raja Amir Shaukat gunning their way into the downhill corner.
Yeah, this downhill corner is going to be a really technical corner there. Let's see who's going to be turning things around. Raja Amirul Shaukat. I mean, ever since he got into the race there, Victor, especially this. Oh, wait a minute! Iqbal Suji almost lost his control over there, but then he actually lost his position too as there, Victor. He's dropped into P9.
Yeah, another slide has hit Iqbal Suji at the worst possible time as he loses another position, this time to 19-year-old Ngoyong Jen, who moves up into P8 ahead of Iqbal Suji, but still behind Raja Amir Shaukat at the moment. Raja now having clear a road in front of him, should be able to try to keep it up and try to catch up to Adam Harif, who right now is locked in the battle together with another car just in front. Now I think somebody's getting himself set up in the pit. It's Chong Kai Chang who's going to be the first one into the pits as Putra Aswira elects to stay out and he continues on and inherits the lead. Now we're going to be seeing another gaggle of cars come through. It looks like only Chong Kai Chang will be the one pitting on this lap as it is. So, Ngoyong Jen now having dispatched Iqbal Suji, he's now setting his sights on trying to fight Raja Amir Shaukat going into the first turn.
I mean, we can't take the entire eyes off this battle of P6 right now, the Victor. You know, he's still not over yet, despite that some of their tires are already halfway through now. And Young Jen right now chasing Raja Amirul Shaukat, who cost a huge nuisance just now, and he just got into P6. And let's see how long he can actually hold on to this. But right now, approaching into turn 3, Yong Jen might be having a chance. And there you go, Muhammad Hafiz picked up a half-second penalty earlier in the front there, Victor.
Yeah, it's going to be good news for Adam Harif, so that potentially will allow him to take P4 with very little resistance, but he needs to keep himself clean as well, not get a half-second penalty conversely, otherwise he'll be still stuck fighting with Mio Hafiz. But at the moment, right now they're coming into the technical section, Raja Mio Shaukat still keeping himself nice and tidy in front of Ngoyong Jen. Adam Harif, though, losing out a bit of time there compared to Mio Hafiz, but Mio will still have to slow down inevitably, but that margin there might just be enough to allow Mio to continue to defend his P4 position against Adam Harif. So we'll see how this will shape up as they come up now towards that penalty line here. Adam Harif is actually a lot more closer to Raja than compared to Mio Hafiz, so maybe Adam might have to think a little bit more about defense rather than offense at this point. Now Mio is going to have to slow down now. That's going to put him within the clutches of Adam going into the final corner, but may not be enough for Adam at this point to try to take that position away. So we'll see how that will shape up once they get onto the main straight. More pit stops going to be incoming here. Who's going to be the next one on the list? It's going to be Putra Aswira, who takes his pit stop after Chong Kai Chang did one lap ago. Now that this time, this means that Nakib Aslan will be inheriting the lead of this race here with Azib Shapik Mokhtar just behind.
Yeah, it's all about the exits right now and who's will be coming out from the pits. But then, Victor, I mean, talking about Mio Hafiz, he kind of struggled with consistency throughout the past right now, and maybe in this race, you know, things could change, but those half-second penalties he's picking up is actually killing his momentum, if you ask me.
Yeah, a bit of bad news actually for Chong Kai Chang. I saw a 1 second penalty on his car, so he must have made a mistake on his outlap here. That's going to affect him, I think, coming towards the end of this race. Now, hopefully he's going to be able to come out just ahead of Putra Aswira, who has just finished his pit stop. Ngoyong Jen, in the meantime, getting a bit of a side-by-side action here. Raja Mil Shaukat, but he slips out and loses control in the exit. Raja steams on ahead here in P5. Ngoyong Jen missed out on an opportunity to make the pass.
Yeah, but then he's still got some chances in the front, and let's see how he can hold on to it. There you go, Iqbal Suji on another half-a-second penalty. Everyone is picking up penalties right now, Victor.
Yeah, track penalties are very, very harsh when it comes to GT itself. So for Iqbal Suji, this is just further adding to his woes here. I mean, he started close to the front end of the grid, and now is fighting in the back end of the grid with Chong Kai Chang just behind him as well. But mind you, Iqbal is not has yet to make his pit stop here, so you still have to make the exchange with Chong Kai Chang. But Chong Kai Chang with the 1 second penalty, that's going to affect his chances of staying in the lead at the end of this phase here. So when will Nakib, when will Azib Sabri Mokhtar, and when will Mior decide to take the pit stops? That's going to be important now as the front runners come through. Looks like Nakib is still staying out as Azib Sabri Mokhtar comes around. Pit entry still stays out as well. Now we'll be seeing the next group of cars coming through here. Mio Hafiz, then followed by followed by the other cars here. Iqbal Suji now getting very up close and personal with Chong Kai Chang, who's nipping behind him here. I think Chong Kai Chang with fresher tires should be able to make this pass pretty handily on the main straight here, and it does make his way up into P8.
Yeah, let's see how things have been going on right now. So it is going to be Iqbal Suji still on the track. He's still keeping himself in P9. Chong Jin Bin has been another racer that has been putting a lot of efforts in his race so far there, Victor. And let's see if he's able to get past Yong Jen right now, and just easily like that. He has the pace, but right now it is all about how he's going to be controlling over here. Yong Jen and Chong Kai Chung coming in from the back as well, despite that 0.5 second penalties. Let's see how it's going to be affecting his race. But Jin Bin right now, Victor, got into P6.
Yeah, so I got information actually that the first race itself doesn't have the mandatory pit stop. So in essence, Chong Kai Chung has his lead completely compromised at this point right now. And add to that, like the mistakes he's been making these laps here is just not helping his case right now. Now he tries to make his way past No Young Jen, a bit coming together between the two black cars here, but Chong Kai Chung does confirm his P7. Now he's going to be going up against the next youngster on his list here, Chong Jin Bin, who is right now just checking a more defensive line. Chong Kai Chung cuts around the outside here. He knows he needs to make up these positions here because he's going to have to slow down coming up ahead into the penalty line. So Chong Kai Chung now desperate to try to make up some points here, as he had to take that pit stop, and now is faced with a situation where he's outside of the lead here with Nakib Aslan currently leading this race here. He's certainly going to be in control from this point forward.
Yeah, he's fully locked in there, and there you go. Nakib Aslan right now out on the track, keeping himself in P1. Well, looking at his time management there, Victor, what are your thoughts so far, man?
I think he should be able to make it.
Should be able to make it?
Might actually end up using up his front left tire completely by the end of this, but I think he may still be able to make it just based on fuel alone here. But Azib Shami Mokhtar, again, like a very quiet and very impressive. The fact he's actually up in the P2 at this point and very much clear of the other drivers as well. He's pretty much going to be cruising his way into a P2 position for race number 1. And also we got Mio Hafiz as well in P3 here. Great to see that our 2019 champion still continues to blow us all away here in 2025.
Well, the experience speaks for itself there, Victor. You know, he has been a really top racer throughout the years. And despite struggling a little bit with consistency, still, when it comes to this kind of moments, he's able to shine. And let's see who are the others who are able to shine in this race, especially in Group B. We're coming closer towards the end. And Nakib Aslan still leading this race in P1.
Chung comes in.
Chong Kai Chung, the terminator of our race right now. And Chong Kai Chung, just like that from the inside, takes into P4. Beautifully done. And Mio Hafiz right now, you're warned because the terminator is about... wait a minute!
It says slow down and a bit of a collision there, I think.
What?
Chong Kai Chung had to slow down there, and it's actually ended up behind. As well, we're going to be seeing whether or not we can get more footage of that. And yeah, it just completely dropped out completely. Raja Mil Shaukat now and Adam Harif now the ones fighting for P4. Raja does have the inside. He's going to try to close the door in the next turn, but Adam is still not letting him through without a fight. Nudges him away from the inside of the next turn here to stay ahead in P4. Raja Mil Shaukat is going to have to fight a lot harder than that. The time is just getting a little bit close here, but I think Nakib Aslan might beat them to the line there. So we may have another lap here as Adam Harif spins it. Oh my goodness, that's such a mistake there from Adam Harif as he slips into the pit lane, and unfortunately will have to take a pit stop as a result.
Yeah, I mean, he was forced to do that, Victor. And right now we are going to go into the final lap, but right now my entire head is like, what happened to Chong Kai Chung?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but I think Adam Harif actually had to go into the pits and maybe was turning in a little bit too sharply at a turn there, causing him to oversteer. So, and he was already down to 2% of fuel, so he definitely needed the pit, unfortunately, because he's not going to be able to make it to the end. Must have calculated just enough to make it a 15 minutes, but not one lap more. And unfortunately, with the way that Nakib is driven, he's forced them essentially to take another lap, which is just a very unfortunate set of circumstances here for Adam Harif.
Well, talking about Mr. Consistency, it's always going to be Nakib Aslan right now, keeping himself in P1 despite the half a second penalty. It doesn't really matter to him much because of the gap that he has compared to other drivers. It's been really incredible. He started this race in the way he wanted that, Victor, and right now he is definitely trying to prove something out of this. And you know, the Brothers of Destructions are literally trying to dominate again, and it seems like in Group B, it is going to be another Aslan brother that might be actually, you know, getting the first win now.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, though, yeah, the 10-second gap, almost 11-second gap now that Aziz Sharmi Mokhtar is a huge statement here. But we'll have to get to see how Nakib and Taj Aiman will face off potentially in the grand finals here if things go well for him in race 2 and 3. But for race 1, though, he's cruising his way through the final corners. Such a huge margin means that he's not going to be too plussed at all, even despite the penalty on this lap. Will be able to take that checkered flag first. So comes across the line. Nakib Aslan takes the win here in race 1 for Group B. And another 11 to 12 seconds here. Putra Azwira, another veteran of TGR, makes his way into a P2 for race number 2. A bit of a drag race going on behind us. Azim and Raja Mil Shaukat go line to line. And Raja actually beats Azim Sharmi
P3.
He beats Azim for P3 here. What an incredible photo finish.
Oh man, what an incredible finish, especially the last few seconds of the race. I mean, what a race it has been in Group B. I mean, incredible driving skills we saw in this race, and also some mystery moments at the end of the race, you know. But it is what it is. That is the result that you guys actually saw just now. And the thoughts on this Group B there, Victor?
Wow, I mean, I really want to know what happened to Chong Kai Chang, because that was I'm not sure, it's maybe a technical
Man just
issue.
vanished into Narnia, you know. I just cannot believe it. What actually happened to him? Yeah,
could be a problem going on his own rig, but we'll have to see later on how that shapes up. I mean, he still has another race to go here, race 2, so he's not out of the woods. And if he does end up like classified in the back half of the grid, he will still be in the lead coming next race, and he has the pace really to command this race here. But as for like Nakib, like things worked out so well for him. I mean, at first it looked like Chong Kai Chang was going to be able to take the race handily, but I think he might have underfueled himself for the race start, so that forced him to take a pit stop here and forced him basically to concede his lead of the race here. Also, big disappointment for Iqbal Suji. I mean, from the race start itself, a bad start getting off of the line there meant that he had to concede positions to Chong Kai Chang, and eventually the battles didn't quite work out in his favor, so he managed to only eke in a P7. So, but it's still, conversely, great news for Putra Azwira, great news for Raja Amir Shaukat getting onto the podium for race 1 with a handy amount of points here going into the reverse grid later on is going to be very helpful. Well, especially with Raja literally snatching it away from Azib at the last possible moment there was just a sight to see for the final bit of this race. And yeah, and Mio Hafiz only makes it up into a P5 here. It does have a 1-second penalty applied after the race. Still keeps him in P5 for now, I believe. Yeah, just barely keeps him up there. But yeah, that's pretty much how it has shaped up here for Group B.
Yeah, Group B, I mean, this is only getting started. We just can't wait to get into the next race. But there you go, this is for P9 and P10. We see Harid Adam and also Chong Kai Chang. I mean, this is the mystery of Group B, man. I mean, we do not have a proper conclusion on what actually happened, but then we'll get much more details later on.
Yeah, but effectively for Chong Kai Chang, this is like a race with a DNF, so no points for him on this first race. The next race, though, is going to be important, and hopefully he'll be able to start on the front row for this time around. So hopefully he'll be able to get the points from there, but that's definitely going to be a bit of a massive blow for him to get into the grand finals here, because it's got like half the amount of points that he was on the slate to actually be able to get out of race 1 itself. So yeah, just a big shame here for Chong Kai Chang.
Yeah, just things did not go well for him there. But then, Victor, I mean, he had some incredible pace throughout the race, man. And like what you said, maybe in the next race things could be changing, you know?
So yeah, we'll have to see. Well, with the race 1 already done, we're going to be moving on to our 25-minute reverse grid. This is where the drivers are going to be starting from their positions based on the race 1 results here. So the slower driver is going to be in the back. Sorry, the slower driver is going to be in the front, and the fastest driver is in the back. Although, because of the DNF here from Chong Kai Chang, he's actually technically the faster driver, and he's going to be starting in the front.
In the front. Okay. So, all right. Let's see how the luck actually favors him or something, yeah?
And conversely, like Nakib Aslan is going to be starting all the way in the back, so we're going to see how Nakib is going to try to fight his way to the front and maybe even try to fight up against Chong Kai Chang at the end of the race.
All right, let's see. Well, on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having a quick talk with some of our racers from Group B. So for that, Faisal, take it away, my man.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Victor. That's right, we're here for Group B Race 1. We may have the same track, but we've got different drivers, therefore different vibes. Okay, with me today we've got Mr. Mio. What's up, Mio? Okay, apa khabar hari ni?
Khabar baik, Tomok.
Tomok dia panggil gua sampai hati. Okay, bagus juga. Tapi suara aku tak sesedap Tomok lah. Okay, so Mio, kita nak tanya. We are here right now for Group B, Race 1. What was your plan coming into this race today? Because you know we went multi-platform kan. Kita ada platform PC, kemudian kita ke PS5, different. Kita ada Assetto Corsa, race room, and then hari ni kita ada GT. You rasa ada tak perbezaan preparation bila kita tukar-tukar platform macam ni?
Ya, sudah tentu ada sebab setiap platform berbeza. So agak sukar nak kecap kalau saya macam saya ni dah ni kan, dah berumur kan.
Kita.
Susah lah nak kecap.
Tapi awak punya performance hari ni sangat bagus. You rasa because sebab your own preparation ataupun you rasa driver-driver lain buat banyak sikit mistake daripada you?
Actually, dia adalah macam mana nak adapt dengan cepat lah, itu yang susah.
You rasa you ada advantage tak sebab sebelum ni you masuk dekat platform lain, kemudian hari ni dan esok kita buat GT kan? So you rasa you ada advantage ataupun you rasa you have more to do?
Saya rasa 50-50 sebab kita dapat lihat sekarang ni sangat ramai yang sim racer yang banyak improve, ada banyak improvement.
So tu bagus sebenarnya kan. Tu maknanya macam kita buat sport-sport lain, kita tengok lagi muda, maknanya sport semakin berkembang. Awak rasa ni betul tak?
Betul-betul. Lagi banyak multi platform ni lagi bagus lah.
Dapat banyak racer yang berkualiti untuk masuk. Power lah Mio. Bagus. Thank you so much for your inspiration, Mr. Mio. Tambah Tomok. Main-main dah ni. Okay, alright, let's head on over to sim number 1 as we talk to Raja Amirul, who overtook a driver on the last lap. Mari kita datang. Okay, what's up Raja? Apa khabar? Assalamualaikum. Okay, so Raja, kita tengok you've gone through a pretty hard lap here today, right? Betul tak? Race 1 ni agak mencabar lah kita cakap. Tapi kita nak tanya, apakah perasaan awak apabila from the moment you lift off sampailah ke akhir, what was your whole experience?
To be honest, from the first lap, I was just trying to save fuel. And yeah, quite a lot of fight happening, and I know there's some incidents under investigations. Yeah, so I let them handle that. But overall, I think, yeah, I'm still not happy with my performance, but I'll try my best in the second race.
Fantastic, and that's what we want to hear. You know, like I know we make sometimes we make mistakes, and then we want to overcome it. What was going through your mind when that incident happened?
Which incident?
Mana-mana incident you dah?
I mean, I know I was fighting quite a lot with all of those races, but yeah, sometimes when you're racing, you just go aggressive because you want to get the positions, but sometimes you don't know that you are way too aggressive. So I'm just trying my best, and I hope the decisions that the stewardess are making is gonna be good for me. Yeah.
All right. Final question. Although we saw a lot of incidents, but on the final lap, I felt that you really pulled it off. I felt that you really locked down and really went through. You overtook a certain driver. How did you feel in that moment? Kita nak run by run of your final lap.
During my final lap, I know I have saved my fuel for the final 2 or 3 laps, and that's where I just push all the way because I know I have the tires. They can last long until the last lap, and then I also have the fuel. And then in the final lap, I saw, I think, 2 cars in front. They're out of fuel, so I know I have to take the opportunity, and yeah, I know I have to grab it, but yeah, still need to improve quite a lot.
Fantastic. So it's not just about the driving. For those of you viewing at home, it's not just about the driving, it's the preparation. Betul tak? Save, jimat. Dia pakai IC kan? IC minyak kan? Betul kan? Okay. All right, thank you so much, Raja. That was fantastic. That was amazing. All right, for those of you watching at home and for those of you here live at Sunway University, thank you once again for joining us. Now let's head on over to the casters as we check out the highlights for Group B, Race 1.
Thank you very much, Faisal, and we are back here in the race, and this is the highlights of Group B. Well, Victor, lots of drama happened in this race, especially from some of these races, you know, things just did not go to plan.
Yeah, things didn't really go to plan, especially for Iqbal from the race start itself. He lost the lead there to Chong Kai Chang, and then eventually dropped all the way down to P8. And Rajamil Shaukat as well was tangling a lot with the midfield pack in the early phase of this race here. But Iqbal seemed to struggle quite a bit with trying to keep the car like on grip here, because he was sliding a lot in those corners and ended up losing a lot of time as a result. Here's another slide here from Ngo Yong-jin, allowing Raja to continue on in P4, and then eventually leading out to his battle here with Adam Harif. And Adam, I think he wanted to turn into the pit lane, but he was actually blocked, I think, by Raja Mil Shaukat, so he had to make a very sharp turn that forced him out. And then this was the photo finish that Raja managed to do to get into P3 here. With Nakib Aslan taking the win, as well with Putra Azwira. They certainly have commanded a lot of points here, but the DNF from Chong Kai Chang, that's a huge shame for him, because he's not going to be able to earn the points that he was slated for in race 1, and on top of that he had to take an additional pit stop, you know, that wasn't mandatory for him, so that further added to his woes eventually in his whole run. So now we'll have to see how he's going to do for race number 2 here. The reverse grid does mean that potentially he'll be starting in the front row yet again, so perhaps he'll be able to make up. Yes, indeed, he will be on the front row together with Adam Harif here as we get ourselves sorted up now for the 25-minute race number 2 for Group B. Here we go. Chong Kai Chang yet again getting a very good start here. Ngo Yong-jin actually getting the jump onto Adam Harif from the get-go here. Might be able to eke in from the first turn itself if he can just get past Adam Harif. And yes, he does pass Adam Harif here for P2 as Chong Kai Chang blazes ahead here, hoping to make up for the disappointment that was race 1.
Yeah, a moment of redemption for Chong Kai Chang right now, despite what happened in this race 1, but race 2, this could be his moment. But Iqbal Suji, we'll be putting entire eye on him as well. He's currently in P4, chasing. Oh, wait a minute, things are changing here at the back there, Victor.
Yep, well.
Seems like Jong Bin as below Adam Harit right now, battling against Iqbal Suji. We saw a little bit of a bump earlier on, but Iqbal Suji still holding on to this, Victor.
Yeah, he does make it up into P4, and now Chong Jin Bin is having a chance now to run up against Adam Harif in the next downhill turn. You can watch out in the background as well as Nakib Aslan is trying to negotiate his way past some of the back markers, but still to no avail as he still has a car just ahead of him. Chong Jin Bin now able to get into the inside. Adam Harif is going to try to move his way up into P4, closes the door on him on the exit there, so Chong Jin Bin makes it up into 4th. Now Mio Hafiz is the next one, trying to get a run up onto Adam Harif. Adam is just dropping like a stone right now down the order, but Mio Hafiz now needs to be able to get his way past, can't quite get around the outside here as Adam Hafiz stays on the racing line and stays ahead of Mio Hafiz.
Yeah, it looks really tight at the back there, Victor, especially from P5 all the way till at the back right now. And Putra Azwira is still just trying to lock onto Mio Mohammad Hafiz right now. Just now we saw some amazing performance by Mio Hafiz, but right now this race is different compared to what we saw earlier on. That was a 15-minute sprint. This is going to be a 25 minutes marathon there, Victor. And some of them might be, fatigue might be kicking in and stuff. So it is all down to how they control the car and how they control this moment.
Yeah, Nakib Aslan is definitely trying to keep things under control here, but still gets a half-second penalty while he tries to chase out the Raja Mil Shaukat. Not what he needs at the moment. Putra Azwira also gets a half-second penalty as well. So this is good news here for Raja, who has an insight going to the first turn. He's going to try to sneak past these guys, but Nakib still is able to get ahead of him though in this instance and moves up into P7. Putra Azwira still giving Raja Mil Shaukat the fight for his money here as he still stays ahead despite of the half-second penalty. Nakib now setting his sights onto Mio Hafiz here, trying to pass him onto the inside of turn 3. It's come out to turn 2. Mio Hafiz is left out on the lurch here at the moment, but Nakib Aslan still has that half-second penalty. Still an opportunity for Mio to try to fight back by the time to get to the end of this lap.
I mean, look at the pace there by Nakib Aslan there, Victor. Despite having that half-second penalty, he's still showing up, and right now he's climbing towards the top right now. He got 5 more races on the front there to actually change, but Mio Hafiz coming in really fast from the back as well. And let's see towards from this turn over here, turn 4 and 5 is going to be really technical ones over here. And right now seems like everything is under control for Nakib Aslan, who actually won the first race. Can he do it again? That's going to be the biggest question right now.
Yeah, and bear in mind the tire simulation rate is 28 times, a lot higher compared to the 16 times that was in Group A. So they have to be extra mindful about the tires in this race alone. So we'll see how that will shake things up here, especially for the front runner with Nakib Aslan now having to slow down. Mio Hafiz is going to be able to catch up a little bit. Adam is going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief that one of the fastest guys here is not going to be able to catch him on this lap quite yet. Nakib has done enough in terms of the margins here, and Mio makes a bit of a mistake coming out of Schlossgold, so that actually costed him a bit of time here to keep up together with Nakib Aslan. In the meantime, Putra Azrira gets another half-second penalty coming out of the penalty line there, so that's going to further push him back here as Raja Meoshaka and Azib Shamim Mokhtar are all over him now going into turn 1.
Yeah, and this is going to be another huge battle from the back right now. It's going to be the battle for P8. And Rajesh Chaukat right now fully locked on to Putra Azvira, who's carrying a penalty right now, Victor. As we're coming into turn 3 on towards the uphill. And Chong Kai Chang still leading this race in P1. Yong Jen in P2. Iqbal Suji has climbed till P3 now, Victor. And things are going really well for Iqbal Suji in this race, but maybe too early to say, I would say.
I mean, definitely very early. We've still got another 20 minutes of running here and another
it's
round.
A marathon. It's a marathon.
So another round of pit stops to go as well. Adam Harif now trying to make a way onto the inside of Chong Jinbin. He has a good position here, but he needs to be able to get alongside though to fight for that track position here. Does take the apex first. Can he make an exit though? Chong Jinbin is trying to fight back, but no, he gets stuck in behind. And Adam Harif allowing Adam to maintain his P4 position here ahead of Chong Jinbin.
Yep, still need to hold on to this position. You know, Adam Harit right now, despite we saw some moments that happened in the first race, things were kind of forced to him, especially when he went into the pit. But right now, he has an opportunity to actually go all the way to the top. But then those who are coming from the back, they are pretty much catching up as well there, Victor. I mean, the fastest man still on this lap is going to be Chong Kai Chang. Well, redemption moment.
Well, let's hope he's...
Let's hope,
yeah,
okay.
the next 20 minutes here. I mean, Chong Kai Chang has a lot to make up for here in race number 2. And I will certainly peg a lot more hopes for him in race number 3, given that he is a champion when it comes to Formula Car racing here amongst the grid. So we'll see how that shapes up. But a race win here will certainly make up for some of that disappointment from race 1 itself. Chong Jinbin, in the meantime, still stays ahead of... still stays ahead of Nakib Aslam for now. But only just. Nakib is now looking for a peek on the inside. Doesn't quite make that move though. Still prefers to tuck in behind and try to bring the fight into the next turn. Nakib gets a way better exit out of the first turn here. Now tries to get it there alongside Jinbin, forced to get a little bit on the grass as well as Jinbin gets a half-second penalty though. So that pretty much ends this battle here for him. But the battle is still on though between Nakib Aslan and Adam Harif as Nakib Aslan tries to break very late here to take the apex into turn 3, forcing Adam Harif to take a little bit wide onto the curbs there. And Nakib Aslan moves up into P4.
Incredible racing there by Nakib Aslan, man. Right now he's closer than ever to actually get a chance on the podium position right now. But then the other twos at the back might be lurking from the back as well. And let's see, Chong Jinbin, I mean, on that half-second penalty is definitely going to affect him. But then Adam Harit is the one that could be putting the pressure on Nakib Aslan there, Victor.
Yeah, still trying to, Jinbin at least is still trying to make up some track position, though he inevitably will have to slow down later on, but Adam Harif is really trying to fight for him for that P5 in spite of that. Now the penalty line is coming up ahead, so Adam should be able to get past Jinbin after this point, and that's going to also widen up the gap a little bit to Nakib Aslan, who's now sailing away in that 4th position. Now having to chase after Iqbal, who is still in 3rd. So as it stands right now, we're 7 minutes into the running here. We still have to see how they're going to shape up their tire strategies, given that the tire wear situation, 28 times the simulation rate, is going to wear out a lot faster compared to Group A here. So they had to be very mindful about when and where they decide to pick their battles on the track.
Yeah, it's all about their time management right now. You know, you have a really good time management, then you got nothing much to worry on. Unless you're really pushing your car a lot more, then definitely you might be, you know, in trouble and stuff. But then looking at things, you're on board with Nakib Aslan. who's right now in P4. Adam Harith coming in as well from P5. He still has 1 second gap between him and also, oh, here comes Jung-Jun. That's another penalty there, Victor. Come on.
Yeah, he had a bit of compromised exit, I think, coming out of turn 1, and now that's unfortunately turned the tables between him and Chong Jin Bin. As now Chong Jin Bin has overtaken him for that field position. Adam is still going to try to fight back into turn 3. It's not sufficiently alongside there, so although Jin Bin does give him quite a bit of space, but that's now opened up the door here for Mio Hafiz to get alongside Adam Harith and try to fight him into the next turn. Mio is really trying to elbow his way through there with not much of a gap being exposed there from Adam Harith conversely. Now coming into the downhill turn, Mio Hafiz is now having the inside. Adam is going to be forced to hang around the outside here. Has to give a little bit of space on the inside here for Mio Hafiz. But Mio still is not able to get past Adam quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, despite the experience he has, he's definitely trying to put on a fight against Adam Harith right now. But Adam, despite this, all right, here comes the forced deaccelerate right now, Victor. And let's see if Mio Hafiz is able to capitalize on it. On the other side, the P1, P2, P3, Chong Kai Chang, Young Jen, and also Iqbal Suji is driving through on the upside right now. Let's see if there's going to be a change. But look at the gap there, Victor. I don't think so there's going to be much drastic change. And here comes Mio Hafiz. And we saw him slowing down. And right now, Mio Hafiz got into P6. Will he able to chase down Jin Bin? That is going to be another big challenge for him in this race.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds, but Mio certainly has a lot of pace in front of him right now. We'll see how he's going to try to shape it up when he gets to the pit stops here. You can see him smiling away here as he's enjoying this moment very much so. A scenario that he's not unfamiliar with, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So right now, continues to keep up ahead of Adam Harith as we move on to the 10th minute mark here of our 25-minute race.
Yep, we're coming. I mean, we have another 15 more minutes to go in this race, Victor. And we see Chong Kai Chang right now keeping himself in P1 with 5 seconds gap that he has between Young Jen and Chong Kai Chang. I mean, things just did not really go well for him. I mean, it was a mystery, I would say that, Victor, again and again, because, you know, he was very close, so close into the podium position, and then things just didn't go that way. And yeah.
Face full of focus right now for Chong Kai Chang. He's now trying to minimize any sort of mistakes right now for this run here. As it stands, he stands a good chance of still maintaining the lead even after the round of pit stops here. So as long as things go right, as long as luck is still on his side, in spite of the fact that luck kind of left him in the last race here, may still be able to get his way into the grand finals, and that's important just to be able to make it into the finals here for Chong Kai Chang.
Yep, Chong Kai Chang. I mean, things need to go really well for him in this race. You know, you do not want to have a repeat of what happened in race 1. But I'm very sure he's fully locked in this race there, Victor. You know, he got no pressure left and right. But then the tires, all right. Talking about the tires, he's going to go into the pits now. And where will he be coming out later on?
Yeah, him as well as Ngo Yoon Jen decides to be the first ones going to the pits. Iqbal Suji elects to stay out. He still has plenty of fuel and plenty of tires, so he's definitely on a much longer stint here in terms of strategy compared to the front runners. So now it's going to be between him and Nakib Aslan potentially, as Nakib also elects to stay out as well. So we'll see how this will shake things up here. Where will Chong Kai Chang and Ngo Yoon Jen come out in this round of pit stops here? Iqbal Suji, though, still attempting to maintain a good gap between himself and Nakib Aslan. I think likely the two of them will be going into the pits more or less around the same time here. But yeah, as it stands right now, I think it's only P9 and P10 right now for Chong Kai Chang and Ngo Yoon Jen.
Yeah, I think actually what went wrong for Iqbal Suji in the first race there, Victor? You know, could we actually carry up in this race right now?
I think like he was at a lot of he had a slide coming into turn 3, and then later on was still sliding later on in the race. So maybe like just some mistakes on his own part likely to have costed him those track positions. But right now, like this is going to be him in his element here, like a longer form race with the pit strategy in play here. He's going for a much longer stint compared to Chong Kai Chang and Ngo Yoon Jen, and we'll see how he's going to try to make that work against Nakib Aslan as well, he's currently about 2 seconds ahead, maybe a moment ago. Now it's only 1.7 seconds as we come into the midpoint of this lap here. So we'll see if he's going to be able to maintain those pace. Only a 148, 149s at the moment here. The midfield looking a little bit chaotic there with the penalties here for both Adam Harif and Mio Hafiz. It's going to put Pujar Zwira in a good position now to try to overtake the two of them in one fell swoop. It's come across the penalty line. Mio Hafiz will concede a position. Azwira is now trying to catch up to Adam Harif. Will not be able to catch him by the time they have to break for Schloss goal. But Adam slips his way into the pit again. A very sharp turn that almost cost him to spin out in that last race. But he makes his way into the pits now. He's going to be swapping out those medium tires.
Yep, so new tires, fresh sets of tires will be introduced into this race. And I would say this is very close towards the second half of the race there, Victor. But one thing I would really like to highlight in this race, I mean, Raja Shaukat in the first race there, Victor, he has been causing chaos, but right now he looks really silent in this race.
Yeah, not much encounters for him to capitalize on at the moment, and he's right now trying to catch up to both Mio Hafiz as well as Putra Azwira. So we'll see if he's going to be able to shorten that gap. Still stands at 1.2 seconds right now, and his tires are starting to wear out quite significantly. Only a quarter left of tire life in his front left tire. So we'll see when he decides to pit in here. Still has a bit more fuel. I think could maybe go for another lap here. That's if he decides to do so, to do a bit of an overcut. But I think he's also going to be banking on when Putra Azwira and Mio Hafiz are going to be making the pit stops here, to decide ultimately what his strategy is going to be.
I mean, has Iqbal Suji gone into the pits? Not yet, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. So he's still being the man that is on the front right now in P1, P2 for Nakib Azlan, P3 for Jongjin Ben. But right now, once Iqbal goes into the pits, that's where things could change.
Yeah, half-second penalty for Iqbal as well, and so he slows down the penalty line with Nakib only less than a second behind. This could be very dicey between the two of them. I think the situation here, I think Iqbal's definitely going to have to go into the pits, especially with the fuel almost running out. Nakib Aslan most likely will be joining him as well, as they do both dive into the pits at the same time. Who else is going to be diving in? It's going to be Jongjin Bin, and I think Putra Azwira may do so as well. At this point of the race now, with the fuel being at 6 times the simulation rate, it's going to mean that some of these guys will have to pit in rather early. Raja Mio Shaukat decides to stay out, even though his fuel is in the red. So it's going to be very tricky, very risky, in fact, for Raja Mio Shaukat. Most likely will have to do a bit of lift and coast here so that he can make it through this lap, but that does mean that he does inherit the lead, at least for this point here. Muhammad Azib Shami Mokhtar just behind him is also, I think, on a similar fuel situation as well. Chong Kai Chang, who had taken his pit stop early, will be able to run this likely until the end of the race here.
Well, Chong Kai Chang, I mean, incredible performance for him there, Victor, especially in this race. Even in the first race, it was really going good for him until that incident. But right now, there's nothing much could actually stop him, and he's just doing his very best. But one thing for sure is that, he needs to get the points. He needs to, the points is what matters for him right now. The first one, it was a DNF. You got no points at all, and right now, the points really matters for him. So he got to do his very best to get into the finals.
Yeah, and I think what's helping him at least is the fact that even though he's technically the fastest driver out of Group B, managed to start in the front of race number 2, allowing him to build a huge margin here to Ngoyon Jen as well as Nakib Aslan, who right now has already come out of the pits here with Ngoyon Jen just being ahead of Nakib Aslan in this instance here. So that's still not working well here, at least strategy-wise. Nakib's not able to gain too much compared to the front runners earlier on. Azib and Azib's actually got to pass Raja Mio Shaukat, but a half-second penalty will allow Raja to take the position back. That's just before the entry into pit lane, so Raja has to be also careful right now on how he's going to be able to get past Azib, because he's going to be hung around the outside here, actually giving a little bit of space here to Azib, because he's also expecting Azib to dive in the pit at the same time. Yeah, oh my goodness, yeah.
Trying to bump him out.
That was what I was worried about, with the two of them trying to get into the pit lane at the same time, and fortunately they came together. Fortunately for the two of them, they didn't lose control, so they will be able to take the mandatory pit stop right about now, and Raja just cutting it so close with 0% in his fuel by the time he entered the pits here.
I mean, he almost wrestled him out, Yeah, I mean, that just didn't go really well, actually, in our point of view, but they just still managed to enter the pits, so it's still good. But there you go, Iqbal Suji with fresh sets of tires. So let's see where he is going to be ending up in this race now. Right now, he's keeping himself in P4, and Nakib Aslan right now in P3 there, Victor. I mean, 0.7 seconds still able to catch up, if you ask me.
Yeah, still will be able to catch up here. I mean, Nakib won race number 1, so a podium position here, just like with Taj Aiman, will pretty much confirm his slot into the grand finals here. But he also has to watch out for Ngo Jen, who is he's rapidly catching up to, as well as Iqbal Suji, who's actually getting closer and closer as the laps, as the running continues here between these 3 cars. Ngo Jen, I remember seeing him having a half-second penalty early on, so maybe having a bit of struggle in his own, and pretty much was in an island of his own here. Not many other cars were around him throughout the majority of the first half of this race. But now he's got 2 very fast drivers creeping up behind him, so the youngster is now having to defend both against one of the most decorated drivers in the list, and also a former champion coming up behind. Nakib Aslan takes around the outside, makes it look so easy for him to be able to get past Ngo Jen for P2. Iqbal Suji is now coming up and lining it up, takes up into the inside here. Ngo Jen tries to fight back, forcing the 2 of them to go side by side through these next few corners, but by the time to get through it, Iqbal Suji moves up onto the podium.
Yeah, incredible driving by Iqbal Suji, if you ask me there, Victor. And one thing, you know, especially with these sets of races in Group B, I'm really excited for the finals, because we kind of have that results in Group A. We will announce it later on. But looking at this sets of Group B drivers, you know, it is going to be much more competitive throughout the previous years we have seen.
Yeah, with a huge margin that Chong Kai Chan has been able to build up. I think it's pretty much going to be shooing in for the checkered flag first in race number 2. In the meantime, Nakib and Iqbal Suji may still have another fight up ahead here between the 2 of them, although I think given their performances so far, may just be enough to allow them to get into the top 10. Ngo Jen may be one of the youngsters who will be able to make it there. Chong Jin Bin didn't quite perform as well when he came to race 1, but race 2, top 5 is certainly going to be a good consolation prize for him, in fact. Puchas Rira right now just ahead of Mio Hafiz, currently P6 and P7 at the moment, and Adam Harif very much stuck in the background there. Unfortunately, race number 2 didn't seem to have gone his way here. 1.5 second penalty here for Adam Harif. This is certainly a race to forget here for Adam.
I mean, most of the drivers, they are already mostly picking up penalties there, Victor. You know, not even in this group. I mean, even in Group A, we saw a couple of drivers constantly picking up penalties. But, you know, in the end of the day, you just have to finish this race and not to get a DNF or, you know, something bad happens and stuff. But right now, it is all about you being consistent on the track. Just finish this race, and that's about it. But yeah, if you have the opportunity to overtake, just do it. But looking at the gap right now, Victor, I think things are settling in, if you ask me. It's already pretty settled.
I think pretty much settled already at this point. Like, most of the drivers, if not all the drivers, are already taking the mandatory pit stops. It's going to be a run for the final 5 minutes here as Adam Harif drifts around the corner here, going towards the penalty line. Chong Kai Chang a little bit on the outside of that curb there. Hopefully it doesn't incur a penalty. No, it does incur a penalty, as I thought. 1 second penalty here, but inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. He's still 9 seconds ahead of Nakib Aslan, so he has a perfect margin here to keep in control. It's just the things that is outside his control that's probably worrying him at this point. A DC early on, disconnection in race number 1 costed him potential points here for race 1. Now race number 2, victory seems to be at hand. Just needs to keep it together here. But I'm pretty confident. Like, this guy, like, literally second runner-up when he came to 2023.
Yeah.
First runner-up in 2024. Can he make it champion here?
He is nearly there. He is nearly there, you know. We got 4 minutes left in this race, and we can still see Chong Kai Chang coming towards the final moments in this race. But yeah, he has been really consistent throughout the championships there, Victor. Not even in this season, in the previous 3 to 4 seasons, he has always been a finalist, and he's coming closer, like second runner-up and stuff. And yeah, maybe this could be his season, but then the DNF earlier on kind of affected his points. But right now, it is all about him qualifying into the grand finals, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and again, with the margin that he has right now, he's in full control of this race here, barring any any external interference here. I think Chong Kai Chang should be able to take the win here in race number 2. Just need to avoid taking too many of those penalties. I know he has 7 seconds of gap here, but he doesn't want to be whittling it down too much by the time we get to the very end of this race. Nakib Aslan still is keeping a good gap ahead of Iqbal Suji, so pretty much a 1, 2, and 3 here are all but confirmed. Still a bit of tossing, I think, between Ngo Jen and Chong Jin Bin, as the 2 of them are quite close to each other. In fact, Jin Bin is almost within touching distance of Ngo Yeon-jen himself, so could be another position that Ngo Yeon-jen needs to defend here. He's already lost a couple of positions earlier on to Nakib as well as Iqbal. Could he potentially lose another here as Jinbin gets so close now on the main straight, side by side here, going into turn 1, but Jinbin should be able to
look
clear
at the pace,
him
man.
even before that breaking point.
Yeah, Chung Jinbin with an incredible pace, just leaving Yeongjen behind, and he just got into P4 right now. And I mean, Yeongjen might have an opportunity to actually fight back that position, but looking at the momentum that Jinbin is carrying right now, it looks pretty unstoppable to me.
Yeah. And Jinbin, again, one of the youngsters. I mean, these are two of the youngsters in this competition here. So one of them at least stands a better chance right now getting into the top 10, the first time into the grand finals for the TGR Malaysian eRacing Championship. Raja Miyoshauka, in the meantime, pretty much just going to be cruising on his own here. Adam Harif is not going to be too much of a threat behind him, especially with that penalty. In fact, Adam is actually more at risk of losing his position here to Azif Shami Mokhtar, who's closing up onto him on this lap. So, with another 2
minutes, yeah,
1.5 minutes actually between here and now, we'll see whether or not Chong Kai Chang will beat his time to the line just like with Nakib in the previous race, or will the timer run out before he gets there. But I think with 1.5 minutes, I think more than likely we'll be going for another lap of racing here in Group B. Adam Harif now forced to concede the position here to Azib Shami Mokhtar. As a half-second penalty will slow him down likely towards the end of this race. Quite a disappointing situation here for Adam, who at one point was fighting almost for a podium position, but things have not shaped up his way here, especially in race 2.
Yeah, the tables turned in this race, especially the Victor, and looking like, I mean, it's just not a good day in the office for him there, especially in this race. But the previous one, we saw lots of promising moments. But seems like a very sunny afternoon in Spielberg, Austria, as we are about to see the winner of this race there, especially in Group B, Chong Kai Chang. I mean, he led this race in a very incredible way, and things didn't go to plan in the first race, but race 2 is all about redemption, and he has done it really well. But talking about really well there, Victor, he's 2 seconds behind of the other competitor, which is Nakib Aslan, but I believe, you know, it is pretty much done and dusted for him. But let's see if he's able to do something about this, but Nakib Aslan is coming pretty fast at the back.
It's a final lap already here, already started by Chong Kai Chang, so if all things go well, he should be able to take this win. But again,
that's what I'm worried about. You know, if all goes well, he will take the win. Yeah.
Yeah. So his fuel's in the red, but I think that should be enough for him to make it to the end. Nakib Aslan, though, he is catching Chong Kai Chang at this point, though. But we'll see how it shapes up. But Chong Kai Chang at this moment just needs to keep his head down, keep his focus right now, and he should be able to take the win here in race 2. Iqbal Suji and Nakib Aslan, though, are still chasing quite hard, so any mistakes on Chong Kai Chang's part, it's not going to work out, and it wouldn't work out well for Chong. Now it's coming down to almost 1 whole second here. Look at how rapidly the laps are the gap is falling between him and Nakib Aslan, but he's already coming around the final corner. He's not going to let go of his breath until he sees that checkered flag coming around it.
Gotta do it.
To be able to keep himself just ahead, try to avoid getting any of those penalties that would be added to the end, but he makes it through the final corner, still ahead of Nakib Aslan. Finally, redemption here for Chong Kai Chang as he takes the win in race number 2 for Group B. Nakib Aslan in second place. Iqbal Suji makes it a podium position here, more than making up for his disappointment in the last race. Chong Jinbin, the youngster, makes it best of the rest here in P4. And Putra Azrira makes it a respectable P5, which if you add to the P2 in race 1, is going to be able to help his chances into the top 10. Ngo Yeon-jen finishes ahead of Mio Hafiz, and that is how things have shaped up so far in our Group B race.
Well, for sure, man. I mean, what a race in Group B. I mean, we saw a lot of intense moments during the 15 minutes race, but on the 25 we saw things settled halfway through the race, you know. And Chong Kai Chang, this is a moment for him that he's actually, you know, went clueless in the first race, but on the second race he has to win it. He needs to win it, and he done it really well. Despite, you know, he got the DNF, he started in the front for the reverse grid, and right now he just did his job really well.
Yeah, I mean, again, it would be so much nicer if he was able to get the points in that first race itself. But
that's what I was really stressed about there, Victor.
Yeah, but race win in race 2 is going to help a lot.
Absolutely. So let's have a look on the provisional results. So there you go. On P1, we see Chong Kai Chang with an incredible race towards the end of the checkered flag. P2, I mean, Nakib Aslan almost had it there, Victor. He was nearly, but then, you know, maybe another one more lap, things could have changed. But he got into P2. P3 for Iqbal Suji. Not the best of starts for Iqbal Suji, but then he made it into that podium position, and it shows the experience he has, and also being the former champion in this competition there, Victor.
Yeah, so I think Chong Kai Chan was actually like lifting and coasting in that final lap, which could explain why the gap actually closed very rapidly between the two of them. So yeah, we'll have to see how it will be once we get the actual points tallies up here with the overall result as well for Group A, because we want to know who's going to be in the running right now for getting into the grand finals, isn't it? So we're going to be finding that out very, very shortly as we are wrapping things up right now for Group B. I mean, again, amazing racing we've seen between both of the groups here. A incredible photo finish we saw from Raja Mir Shaukat versus Aziz Shami Mokhtar, but the two of them may stand a very good chance of still coming into the grand final, so we could potentially see another battle between the two of them. And of course, for Iqbal, great to see that he came back really nicely here. Did it very well here for race number 2, and to see another former champion join the ranks here in the grand finals is definitely what we want here, especially in the many years of running Toyota Gazoo Racing, eRacing.
I mean, if you think about it, Victor, you know, let's just assume, you know, like Group A and Group B, we have the names in our heads that might be going into the grand final. The grand finals is going to be huge, if you ask me, because you got huge talent, legends, you know, goats, I would say, and those have been a former champion and a present champion. It's going to be really, really huge. So it's going to be really exciting to find out who will be qualifying into the grand finals, Group A and Group B. But before we go into that, we're going to be having a little bit talk with our racers from Group B. So for that, Faisal, I present to you. Take it away, man.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Victor. All right, so we just finished our Group B Race 2, and together with me today at sim number 4, we've got Putra Azwira. What's up? Disuruh saya panggil dia Putra je. Azwira. Azwira, okay. Mana-mana pun boleh. Okay, so Mr. Azwira, kita formal sikitkan. Mr. Azwira, bagaimana perasaan anda? Sekarang kita dah pun habis race yang kedua untuk Group B. How do you feel? Dah habis race 1, dah habis race 2, and now with regards to your performance dan performance pelumba-pelumba yang lain, how do you feel?
Pertama sekali, feeling saya rasa macam mixed feeling sikit sebab ada macam-macam strategi yang saya nampak. Ada yang tak masuk P, ada yang pakai hard, ada yang pakai medium. So dari situ saya punya feeling tu jadi mixed feeling. Mana satu betul, mana satu salah kan.
But that one on race 2 ke race 1?
Race 1.
Race 1 dah nampak dah strategi-strategi yang berlainan.
Betul. Race 1 saya nampak ada macam-macam strategi dah.
Alright, so now bagus cara dia jawab ni sebenarnya Mr. Azwira ni, sebab kita akan slowly masuk itu kita punya soalan yang kedua, iaitu apakah strategi awak?
Strategi maintain top 5.
Itu bukan strategi, itu goal. Okay, apakah strategi awak untuk masuk dan maintain ke top 5? Because yes, I think Azwira is amazing. For those of you at home who don't know, the top 5 for Group A and top 5 for Group B will be going into our second day, into our grand finale. So, apakah strategi awak, Azwira, nak maintain top 5 tu?
Untuk nak maintain top 5 ni, untuk race yang ketiga ni, konsisten dari segi lap time, dari segi fuel consumption. Itu semua main peranan penting lah untuk race 3 ni sebab dia punya kereta super formula kan, high downforce, so once mistake, everything gone.
One mistake, everything gone. I like that. One mistake, everything gone. Okay, Mr. Azwira, thank you so much. That was amazing. Umur baru saja. Berapa tadi? 22, 23? 23, muda lagi. Patut kau bagi aku duduk. Kau interview aku, kaki aku nak patah dah ni. Okay, thank you so much, Azwira. Let's head on over to our second driver that we are going to be interviewing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's head on over to sim number 6 as we head on over and talk to Ngo Yong Jian. What's up, brother? How you doing? What's up? Okay, my man, how you feeling today?
All good. Coming into this race, me as a club driver, I don't have much hopes, but yeah, I'll just try compete with the pros and I'll see how it goes.
Okay. As you've mentioned, right, you're a club driver, right? So that's what we actually want to talk about today. So since you're a club driver, do you feel that being a club driver, that means you've been playing and racing for a long period of time? Do you feel that that has given you more experience coming into the GT Championship?
Well, certainly do, because not only it enhances my racing skill, but then I also can improve from the pros and my fellow club competitors, so that I can learn and just progress my way through it. Yeah.
Fantastic. All right, as we talk about progressing through the qualifiers, right, during round 1, round 2 and round 3, we have actually gone into multi-platform, right? It's not just on the PlayStation. We are also on PC with Race Room and Zeta Corsa. How did you feel qualifying on different platforms?
Well, it's a good way, because if you want to become a pro, you have to be a pro at every platform. It doesn't mean that you're pro in one platform. It doesn't mean that you're pro in another platform. Let's say even if you're pro in Race Room, it doesn't mean that you're pro in GT7. So it's really all about adaptation. But overall, yeah, I think it's good.
So would you say that one of the most important skills to have as an eSIM racer is adaptability?
Yes, I would certainly say one of it is adaptability, and one of it is also raw pace with your adaptability as well.
I see. All right, so before we head on over to our third racer, I also would like to ask, after going through race 1 and race 2, how would you rate your performance comparatively with our other racer?
I would say I overmanage a bit, which loses me so much time, because otherwise I think race 2 I could have done better. But it is what it is. We'll see how it goes in race 3.
Okay, so before we head on over to our third racer, final question. We've got a lot of viewers watching at home on YouTube and Facebook. By the way, for those of you at home watching either on Facebook or YouTube, don't forget to comment, don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to like the video. And also, in the comments, go shout and scream, comment your favorite drivers, If Ma Lang Tai over here is your favorite driver, give him the support that he wants. Well, okay, let me give you an example, right? If they type your name like 20 times, do you feel as a driver, do you feel more hyped to drive better?
Yeah, it certainly would motivate.
It would motivate, but does it put extra pressure?
Well, it comes in a good way and a bad way, because if I know that people are motivating me, I can't let them down, right? Yeah.
All right, fantastic. That's some inspiration right there. Thank you so much, buddy. All right, I'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's head on over to sim number 8. All right, let's go. Sim number 8, we're going to be talking to our pole position, Chong Kai Chang. What's up, Chong Kai Chang? How you doing? What do I call you?
Yeah, just call me
Kai Chang. All right, we've got Kai Chang over here. Kai Chang, before we go into the interview, I would just like to say, in race 2, amazing performance. Can we get a round sound of applause for Kai Chang? What an amazing performance that was on race 2. You see all your fans there pressuring you. Okay, I gotta ask, do you think playing in front of a live audience and in front of thousands of people watching on stream, does it put unnecessary pressure on you, or do you love the pressure?
Yeah, I definitely love the crowd, that's for sure. So in terms of pressure, not so much, because we are at this level already, so we are quite used to the pressure. So it's not really the pressure from the crowd per se, it's more the pressure on track, because we are now fighting with the top 20 players in Malaysia, so it's definitely more pressure in track instead of from the audience.
I see, so more audience, more better, huh? All right, okay, Kai Chang, I have to also ask you a question. You were talking about the pressure during the race itself, right? Do you feel like that's what makes or breaks a good driver, like whether you can handle the pressure or not?
Yeah, definitely. So I think I heard the interview from the Group A, right? Yeah. So diamonds are made under pressure, so definitely, that's for sure.
All right, fantastic. All right, so before we wrap up our questions, I would just like to say to everyone watching, if you actually have any questions that you would like me to ask any one of our drivers, don't forget to comment on the Facebook page while you're watching the live, and also on YouTube. Okay, Kai Chang, last question. Okay, although I would love to sit here and talk to you all day, Kai Chang, how do you handle the pressure, and what advice can you give to our aspiring drivers out there? Because you see, we've got a lot of 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, some of them might not be able to handle the pressure. What is your advice and how do you do it?
Well, for me, it's just practice makes perfect. So definitely for your first event and so on, right, it's definitely going to be very nervous and so on. But after a while, you'll get used to it. And especially on track, when you are racing, you are not thinking about anything else. You are just racing, you want to win, you want to go fast. That's about it. So all the pressure will just disappear.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kai Chang. So for those of you coming up from the grassroots, 18, 19, 16, 17, coming into eSIM racing, you heard it from the man himself. Thank you so much, Kai Chang. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here today. We're going to pass it over to our casters to have a look at our Race 1, Race 2, Group B recap.
All right, interesting takes there from our races, especially Chong Kai Chang giving us an input of what's to expect in the next race to come there, Victor. But I believe we have pretty much done with Group A and Group B. And we're going to be rolling on with the highlights very shortly there. All right, so I think highlights is ready. We're going to be going and having a look on what actually happened in Group B Race 2.
Yeah, so the race start itself, Chong Kai Chang being having DNF in the last race. He was able to start in the front here. That pretty much allowed him to command the race from the get-go. But a lot of consternation here for Iqbal Suji as he had to fight alongside some of the newcomers in this competition here in order to try to stay on that podium. And while the things were still heating up in the midfield here, Rajamil Shakat struggled a lot more, I think, in race number 2 compared to race 1, having to fight alongside Pujar Azrira and Adam Harib earlier on. But now Adam definitely was trying to make his climb back up into the ranks here together, and got into a bit of a scrap with Chong Jin Bin. But a lot of eyes were also onto Nakib Aslan, who started from the back of the grid here, managed to make its way up onto the podium and eventually a P2 position, and that certainly is going to allow him a very good chance, or rather probably the best chance out of all the groups here in order to make it into the top 10. With the race still continuing on here, this is where Nakib Aslan managed to make the pass onto Ngo Yung Jen, one of the newcomers and the youngster, one of the youngest competitors here in our top 20, makes it up into P2. Chong Jin Bin, in the meantime, another youngster, was got himself into a scrap together with Ngo Yung Jen towards the end of the race here. But by the time all is said and done, Chong Kai Chang managed to take the win here in race number 2, allowing him to at least haul up a good amount of points to allow him to get into the grand finals, hopefully. We'll have to see you still with the race number 3 going on.
All right, thank you so much, Matthew and Victor. What a wonderful recap and highlight today. Just a reminder for those of you watching at home, this is our very first stream here today for our semi-finals, and it was an amazing. We saw Group A, Group B battle it out in race 1 and race 2. But don't worry, we still have much more today. We've got race 3, and since we're here at Sunway University, we've got some campus racing that's going to happen in our second stream later on, happening at 3:30 p.m. All right, so before we say goodbye, I want to say this again. I'm honored to be here. Once again, my name is Faisal, and I'm so honored to be here because I've seen gaming build up, and I would like to say thank you so much to Toyota, and let's not forget our partners that have made all of this possible today. Ladies and gentlemen, say thank you to Toyo Tires, Modelista, Denso, Pentas Flora, Tech Lab, Motis, NK, Kinto, TCAP, last but not least, we are live here at Sunway University. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you in our next stream at 3:30 p.m. with the results. Goodbye.